Council at bremertonwa.gov, and Zoom recordings of study sessions will also be available online within a few days following the meeting. So first up, welcome Forestry Manager Sean Walsh and representatives from Mason, Bruce, and Gerard, not sure if I pronounced that correctly, to present item A1.
Good evening, council members.
Hi, Sean.
So we should be also joined online by Mason, Bruce, and Gerard's, Wendy Wenty and Brent Keller. So are they listed on there as?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Do they need to present anything?
Yes.
Or do you...
Okay. So they'll be.
I do, and you know what? It is not connecting to my camera.
You know what? I'm good. Oh, okay. I can promote you to panelist for
There she
vice
is.
president. Okay.
Okay, let's see if it'll let me
Make a co-host.
share.
And so that gives them the right. Do you have the share option down below now?
Let's see here. Share. Yeah, I see that. I'm going to put this up, and if you can see it, please let me know.
Sure. To let you know.
Let's try that.
Yep.
Oh,
got
awesome. Okay. That's great. Okay, thank you. Here, let me close this. I'm thinking you probably see the stop share up along the top there.
Should be
So
good.
I can walk us through this, and then I will pass it off to Brent Keller when we get to a certain point in the presentation, and he can give you additional detail. And essentially what we're going to do is walk you through just a high-level review of the final utility land management plan. And then, of course, we can answer questions. And I know that Sean is also in the room there too. So please hop in or let us know if you have any questions. And like I said, I'll just proceed forward with this if that's okay with everybody.
Great. Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. There we go. Okay. So just a little background on this, that we understand, the city owns and manages 8,000 acres of utility land, and approximately 3,000 of that is in the Union River watershed. And so this plan was actually last updated back in 1996. So it was well overdue to have an updated version of your utility land management plan. So the utility brought on Mason, Bruce, and Gerard, which is my firm, a natural resources consulting firm that I work for. We're based out of Portland, Oregon, and we've been working with the utility to update this plan. I guess it's been a little over a year at this point of actual work on the plan itself. So our update includes a set of special topic memos, which I'll discuss a little bit farther along here. And then some standalone summary memoranda of findings and recommendations for those, along with the plan itself. So where are we in the project schedule? So this just outlines where we've been recently in 2025. And then also it does have a little error there in the bottom. We realized earlier today that it says August 2025 for discussing this, but obviously it is October now. So there was a little scheduling issue to get us set up. So we're at that last bullet down at the bottom there where we're doing the October discussion, and then we would bring it forward to the city council again in November for your final vote. So plan overview, just briefly, what does this plan include? I'm hoping everybody's had a chance to take a look at it, but I'll just give you a high-level overview. So it covers things such as the land management goals, and the primary goals of the whole plan are to maintain your unfiltered water source status and also to generate some revenue while protecting your forest health. We included a description of the existing conditions, which talks about the property itself, water uses, and infrastructure. We completed a watershed assessment, which describes things like wildlife resources and your riparian areas and other habitat types. And then we completed a forest resources assessment, which was based on field work to do a forest inventory update. And we also looked at the road system and harvest planning. Other parts of the plan include the sustainable harvest level. So these are things that Brent will talk about in a little bit here, but it's the harvest levels that were designed for the different pieces, the different land bases that are within your utility lands. And then a development of an implementation plan, which includes proposed harvest methods, reforestation methods, and then adaptive management approaches. A capital improvement plan, which also included a water rate analysis, and it includes an assessment of your structures, things like an infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and buildings. And then the special topics that I mentioned. There were 9 special topics in the end. We first started with 8 and added 1 during the review and iteration process of development. Just in general, they covered a number of topics that we wanted to dive more deeply into with the utility, things such as security and adjacent land uses and kind of understanding the potential conflicts there. In particular, utility impacts from the proposed Jarstead Park to Kitsap Lake Trail, and then some sustainable timber harvest alternatives. So we went a little more in depth on that topic. We also looked at the water rate impacts of the timber harvest revenue. And then we added this extra special topic that was specifically focused on the water rate impacts that would come from adding a filtration plant. The last 3 were potential revenue from carbon credits, and then a 20-year forestry asset capital improvement plan, and then an evaluation of your staffing levels. There were a number of topics that generated discussions at our advisory committee meetings, and those included the subjects below, but primarily there were a lot of discussion topics that were associated with water rates, of course, maintaining that unfiltered status and the importance of that goal, some security challenges that face the utility lands, potential impacts of the trail, the sustainable harvest, that was a big point of discussion, a bit of discussion on the carbon credit opportunities. And then the last bullet there is maintaining tribal access to the utility lands. So I'm going to pass it off to Brent, and then Brent, I can forward the slides for you just to go into a little bit more detail on some of the special topics.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you can see here the impacts from the different timber harvest alternatives. The more you harvest, the lower the rate impact would be. So looking out to 2035 with no harvest, the difference between a 60-year rotation, which would be the minimum or lowest harvest level we looked at, versus a no harvest, it's about a $10 difference in monthly water rates. Okay, Wendy. And then here, this is really quite dramatic in terms of rate increases for the cost of actually having to construct and maintain a filtration plant. Now, depending on the type of plant, the type of filtration that's installed, at a minimum, you'd see a doubling of rates with a high of maybe 6 times the current rates per month. So that's something to consider. Yeah, it illustrates the importance of maintaining this unfiltered status to avoid that kind of cost impact. Security, this was considered a confidential topic, but we assessed current security infrastructure and procedures that are in place, and then presented recommendations on ways to improve security throughout the property. We looked at adjacent land use potential conflicts. It's quite a variety of landowners around Bremerton lands. There's the large residential area that's probably only going to expand over time. There's industrial tree farms, government forest lands, utilities, some tribal land, or some tribal uses at least. And of course, especially with that residential area, it's going to require ongoing collaboration and understanding with adjacent landowners, and probably enhanced security as well. Should always be looking at acquiring adjacent lands where possible. That's a great way to determine what happens on the lands that could affect the watershed, and also makes things more secure as well. So where there's opportunities, that should be looked at. This is of course a hot topic, and there's a lot of focus on this from all parties. This Jarstead Park to Kitsap Lake Trail potential project. We looked at potential impacts on security, how that could affect the unfiltered surface water status, and current operations and staffing. General issues identified included the conflicting use between the trail and forest management. There'd need to be a certain level of enhanced security, as detailed in this letter from Department of Health. It could certainly threaten the unfiltered source water status, and it's environmental considerations, and the cost, of course. We looked at cost to increase security. I mean, in terms of fencing, you could end up with $1 million of fence needing to be installed, and increase staff for security as well. And did an analysis, updated analysis on sustainable timber harvest alternatives. And the current program features an annual harvest of a little over 1 million feet a year on average, which brings in an annual estimated net revenue of around $500,000. If we did analyze that using all the acreage, but then in practical terms, based on previous plans and what makes sense, considering the purpose of the property and in the context of watershed management, we set a limited Union Basin harvest. So regardless of what would be sustainable or the maximum potential in there, we just set that at a fixed level, and then looked at 50 and 60-year rotations for lands outside of the Union Basin area. So for a 50-year rotation, your average annual volume on a sustainable level will be 2.75 million board feet. On a 60-year rotation, be about 2.35, and the range of revenue is from about $1.1 to $1.3 million. Carbon, which is something that folks always are interested in, the potential for, was analyzed as part of this process. And I think for Bremerton, what we determined, and that's detailed in the special topics memo, is there's marginal potential there just in terms of the scale that you need for a property to generate income from credits. And there's there's a pretty intense requirement for your inventory and ongoing monitoring, and it does constrain some of your forest management in terms of options. But we did analyze that. I think in the end, it's something to just keep an eye on going forward. But pretty marginal opportunity at this point. Very important to maintain tribal access. This was covered primarily in the security processes and procedures special topic memo. The Squamish tribe really wants to formalize access to be able to harvest cedar bark and other forest products, non-timber forest products on utility lands. And I believe the city is currently reviewing this process and the documentation and looking to formalize an agreement soon. The public input part of this process is really important, and all the public comments are provided in one of the appendices of the plan. Primarily what folks were focused on in their comments were the recreational access. I think, again, there's a lot of interest in this trail idea. Water quality is, of course, a concern. And looking at the proposed forest management activities and what those mean and how that's defined. And then the possibility of forest certification, would that be an option, or would that be a good idea for utility lands? So I guess we're ready for additional comments, questions, discussion.
Any council members have questions?
I wonder.
Ms. Mockler.
I don't want to be.
I have questions too, so go
So
ahead.
why don't you guys ask questions and then maybe I won't have to
You're
talk
last.
for quite so long. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, except I'm last. So
Well, fair enough.
Just one.
Just one,
No can do.
one big question.
One
Okay.
to start.
So, hang on.
She's got a spreadsheet.
I do. So these are
Thank you.
City of Bremerton Forestry Division revenues and expenditures. From 2020 through 2024. These figures show that in 2020 you had a loss of 434, of revenue less expenditures. That in 2020 you had a loss of 434 plus. In 2021, 111 plus thousand. In 2022, 243 plus. 23, sorry, 403,000, and 2024, 420,000 plus. So I'm confused by the pages in the presentation that show that we are making revenue of 511,000 plus.
So I guess my question is, are these numbers our entire forestry budget, taking
Does
out
he
the
have a
revenue?
copy?
here, have a cup.
Yeah. So this is including all of our forestry budget, right? So similar to other divisions, right? They have expenditures, they have other things. We don't just do timber sales, we do other aspects of it. So when we say there's net revenue from it, it's from the expenses associated with timber harvest taken out, and then it's net revenue that just goes back into the water fund. In terms of the overall forestry budget, I don't know if Mike really wants to comment at all in terms of how this is accounted for, but in terms of the water fund itself, I mean, we're extremely healthy, and that's part of it is the revenue generated from timber sales.
Do you want me to get a copy of Mike?
Mike, you want a copy?
Sure.
All right. Sean. Okay, now that's all the copies I got. So here it's unclear that the revenue from the timber sales is significantly affecting, and in fact, it appears to be operating at a continual loss. So that's one thing. If you look at the no harvest option on page 8 of the presentation that we just saw, you see that there is very little rise in rates by going to no harvest. And it seems a very likely probability that you would not need so large a staff if there's no loosignan to pay, brokerage fees, if there's no harvesting to supervise, if there's no replanting to supervise, if you don't have to check on the forest health. It seems quite possible that our city costs would go down. Then if you look at page 9 of the MBG presentation that we just saw, it gives you the low end and the low cost and the high cost filtration plant. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anybody have a question about that part before I move on?
So I mean, in terms of
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, you want me to jump in? So, and I'm tracking with you, Anna, with what you're saying. But there's an assumption being made that the forestry operation would remove. We weren't harvesting, and all these costs associated with the other part of forestry are part of that. I think to be clear, forestry standalone still operates well. So there's that correlation that needs to be made. The profit that you see that's been presented is strictly by harvest, what it costs to harvest, what we return from the sell of the timber, what that net is. Those always go back in our water capital fund and help offset bonding and other things within the water utility that we need to do for expansion and other things for capital improvement in water. So again, they're not exclusive. So making that correlation, I want to make that clear of what how we look at the income from timber sales compared to a net loss overall. Our water fund is obviously here later tonight, raising fees. It's all driven on raising fees, how to fund fundraising. So just want to make that clear.
And I'll just add on to that. If even if we did no harvest and we decided as a city that we want to essentially abandon all infrastructure out there and make it a beautiful preserve, we still have to do that work, and that's going to be a huge cost to abandon all that's out there. And there's, like I mentioned, other parts of forestry besides timber harvest, right? We have our biosolids operations. We have all the support we provide to other groups. We provide support to DCD. And I don't want to sound defensive here, but council made the decision to bring back a forestry manager a couple of years back. So that's part of the reason that the decision was made to bring a forestry manager back into operation, was that I think council at the time understood the importance of all the different operations forestry is in charge of. Timber harvest is just part of what we do, and it helps generate revenue, as Mike said, to help offset costs. Now, if our goal was to maximize revenue, like those timber companies, we would be harvesting significantly more. As we mentioned in the plan, those timber companies, that their main goal is revenue, they have a harvest rotation age of 35 to 40, and they would be doing essentially double what we harvest now. But we've made a decision. Our main goal is water quality. So that's my concern, where I'm being told I don't generate enough revenue. I've also been told that don't generate more revenue.
Can I ask, there's part of that I don't think I got. What else are you supporting with the timber harvest dollars? What other departments, divisions, wastewater?
And, and then it goes back into the water fund.
Yeah,
Okay.
all those dollars stay within the water utility for future expansion, future capital projects, and the water capital.
Okay, so that's the only
It's
only place that
Right.
you're spending it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Go ahead, Anna.
Thanks. So you guys, both you and Mike, are saying that if there were no harvest, if you didn't have to supervise loosignan, right? If there were no harvest, you wouldn't have to supervise them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You wouldn't have to pay them a brokerage fee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you wouldn't have to supervise the replanting and pay for the replanting materials, is that correct?
Well, I mean, we would still have reforestation projects. I mean, we would still go in and replant areas where there's poor survival. There would be reduced costs associated with that, but I don't think we would completely eliminate reforestation.
Okay. Considering also the fact that in the past 3 years, you've had over $90,000 per year in overtime, that seems like a cost that might well go
So
down.
majority of that cost is BPD's patrol of the watershed. So we pay for the overtime associated with watershed patrol.
Okay, then skip that. I was wrong. I still can't really get away from this spreadsheet. And I'd like to move on again to the cost of the filtration plant. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, before you move on, may I ask a clarifying question of our, is that okay? Was there a specific slide that we have in our packet that shows the expenses of the
Pages 8 and 9 of the presentation.
pages 8 and 9 of the presentation, which
It's page 160.
Thank
It's
you.
page 1
page 160 in our packet?
is page 1.
Thank you. So which page?
Pages 8 and 9 of the presentation. I don't know, 160 plus 8.
You can do the math on that too.
I can.
All right.
Even I can do the math on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so
This is not what I'm asking about. What I'm asking about is the costs that you're detailing associated with harvesting.
So
I'm not understanding you.
I think the best
Excuse
slide
me.
would be essentially where it's looking at our different timber harvest alternatives.
I've got that.
And so when it talks about net revenue, that is with the assumption of removing all costs associated with logging. Is that correct, Brent? That would be net revenue after every cost associated with timber harvesting.
So, and I've
That's
looked at this,
correct.
but what I'm not finding is kind of what I would love to know is, and this is for y'all to get to me at some point, but is all the associated costs of harvesting, like line item. But it's not provided in the packet, if I'm correct in.
No, so I mean,
Okay.
there's no line item breakdown. It's
Right.
just essentially a revenue amount. So those numbers that are reported there, that would be essentially what's getting contributed to the water fund after all the costs associated with timber.
I think that having the right data set is important. And so just knowing which data set to use, I would just love all of the other ones detailed out. So, all right, thank you.
This is what I have so far. So
Okay.
I'd like to move on to the water filtration plant. Okay, so on page 90, tucked away in the Jarstead Park Trail discussion, is an actual breakdown of the high cost of the water filtration. Some costs here are capital costs of $459.8 million. Operating costs of 16, hang on. $107.3 million per year. That is the high cost of a filtration plant, $107.3 million per year. The capital cost of $459.8 million. And that is on page 80 of the Mason, Bruce and Gerard and page 90 of our packet. So, Jennifer, you expressed a desire to know if other ecologists thought that cutting down trees near water could result in sedimentation, and if that would degrade water quality. You wanted to see references to that. So I would suggest during the audit committee meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would suggest that you ask Mr. Walsh and Ms. Applebeck right now.
What was it that I wanted to know? I'm sorry.
You were doubtful that having sedimentation go into a stream or a reservoir.
I don't
would
think
affect
I would
water.
ever be doubtful of that
Okay,
because that's
then my bad entirely.
Yeah.
Okay, so if this timber harvest if this timber harvest, I'm so sorry, causes sedimentation in the reservoir, people who are in timberlands as a business, right? If something messes up, if they have a catastrophic storm and it fouls up a stream, they can like spend a year or so getting it back. We don't have that luxury. Our drinking water, we can't stop handing out drinking water for a year. You know, we can't even stop doing it for 3 months. So here we're talking about a very delicate situation. And so the ecological results, which I haven't even really touched on, would be devastating. And the financial results would be beyond devastating. Then I'm gonna stop talking soon. Okay. So I looked but did not find any comparables to timber harvest in lands that are managed solely for water quality. The only one I'm familiar with is the Croton Reservoir and the other reservoirs of the New York City drinking water system. So since you guys are scientists, did you have a comparable on that where, and again, thinking about the real difference between if we had lands that we had set aside for timber harvest, that would be one thing. But these are lands that are set aside for drinking water quality for the people of Bremerton. So do you have comparables?
Yeah, so I guess we got a couple questions here. So the impact of sedimentation to water is well known. That's obvious.
Okay, good.
In terms of sedimentation, that's water quality is our main concern. I don't know how many times I got to say that, but it is our first priority for the union. And so the timber harvest, you're right. If a timber management company owned these properties, like you said, they would be out there, they would be harvesting all year round, and they would be trying to maximize profits. That's their responsibility of the company. That's not our goal with timber harvest, right? It's forest health to help generate revenue and also reduce costs. Within the union, as Brent mentioned, all we're proposing is 25 acres of fixed harvest a year. That's less than 1% of the whole 3,000 acres of the union drainage. You take timber harvest away from me as a scientist, that's my number one tool in terms of improving forest health. And in terms of putting water quality at risk, all I can point to is we've been harvesting within the union since the 80s and have been able to keep an unfiltered status. In terms of a comparable ownership, we run into this a lot of times where you're correct, there aren't a lot of comparable because we have an unfiltered status. It's so rare. The one I can compare it to is the Cedar River watershed or the Green River watershed. Cedar River is the city of Seattle. They do harvest within the Cedar River to improve forest health. And the Green River watershed is owned by the city of Tacoma. They don't own most of there, but the area that they do own, they do timber harvest. So the conversation of timber harvest as a tool to help improve and actively manage our forests, I think is vital. And I'll just end with, I can point to a history, of we have not put our water quality at risk and have been able to safely do timber harvest with the intention of doing it at the utmost care and above and beyond.
Can we look at page, one second, please. Can we look at page 18, the riparian buffers map, please?
Do you want to advertise up on the?
Yeah, can we have that on the screen, please, for everybody to look at?
Maybe it's a good idea to keep it up because I think I'll refer back to it too.
Yeah, because it's an aerial snapshot of the clear cutting in the past. And it's in headlines of a lot of riparian areas.
Is she there? Wendy's there, right?
Yeah, I am. I'm getting there.
Oh, you're awesome.
Thank you.
Is that 18 in the
Yeah.
packet or 18 in the?
It's page 18 in the packet. So it'll be about.
Oh, okay. I'm in the wrong spot then. Let's see.
It's page 8 of your packet, of your report.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. Tell me if you're seeing it.
No, not yet, but
Not
we
yet.
will.
Riparian buffers.
Yes, please.
in our.
Figure 4.
It's not showing, Wendy.
We've got nothing here.
Oh,
Figure
oh,
4.
sorry.
right
Hang
there.
on. Let me- Yeah, got it. Hang on. I'm just not hitting share.
There we go.
Let's see here.
All right.
All right.
Can you see that figure now?
Yeah, if you could make it bigger, it'd be great, but if you look, clear
Yes.
cut, clear cut, clear cut,
Let's
Great.
see here.
clear cut. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, big enough. Thank
Okay,
you.
good enough.
Okay, sorry.
No worries. It was moving beneath my fingers. So, here's what our watershed forest already looks like. And
You're talking about these areas here?
yeah, the bald areas,
Are you, okay, and you're,
So those are out of the union drainage.
some of them are.
Those are all, so that the break there is, so those are utility lands.
In the Gorse Creek.
Yeah, in the Gorse Creek.
and then Uland is around here.
So Uland would be to the north there.
Uland is up here.
Yeah. So the pink is the,
So
Okay.
here, and these are tributaries.
I mean, this
to
is
the Cassandra.
obviously.
Right.
Okay. Which one? I'd like.
So I just want to talk about the fact that
so the break is right here, right? That's the topographic break between the union and the utility lands. These harvest units, yes, they're within the union drainage. That's what I'm mentioning, that we've had harvest units in the past, but we buffered on the riparian areas and have not had any sedimentation issues. Cami staff monitors sedimentation and have not had any issues, right? I mean,
How many acres is this parcel right here?
that'd be about 20 something.
So have you changed the method that you use
So
from
that's
then?
so that's part of the discussion in there that talks about the different harvest methods, right? So several different pulp. So with Douglas fir, which is our main tree, right? Clear cut is utilized because it's a
Laminated root.
laminated root rot, and also it's also a very sun dependent species, right? You need openings to allow for Douglas fir to grow. So that is why that method is used. I realize they're not pretty, they're ugly, and I think there's a negative connotation with them. But at the end of the day, all they're doing is emulating a natural disturbance such as a wind throw event or, a fire. In terms of sedimentation, forest practices, right, those don't allow for harvest within riparian areas, and the plan talks about the different buffers we already do. And then we have buffers on top of that we go above and beyond. So,
Okay.
as I mentioned, in terms of monitoring, our water resources staff is constantly checking to make sure there's any sedimentation issues, and we would be able to utilize it if there was any sort of sedimentation showing, and we have not had any sedimentation.
And I do want to iterate, and Sean will tell you, he hears from me all the time. Where are you harvesting? And are you out there every day? Are you making sure that we're going above and beyond? Now, first you have to understand Washington State, and we should be proud of this, Washington State has some of the toughest and the most environmentally protective forest practices requirements that are associated with any forest practices, including harvest. We go above and beyond that whenever they harvest anywhere in the watershed. That blue area that you see in the reservoir, that actually includes a much more significant, we chose an additional wider buffer around the reservoir area that we do not allow. They would only go in there if there is a diseased tree that needs to be removed, or other reason that they need to be in there. And they're not doing this clear cutting of acreage in that buffer. And it is true, they have been carefully doing this very specific harvest. You notice it's not like one whole area of 40 acres for the year, just that one slot. They're breaking it up into smaller pieces and being very careful. And it is true, we have not had any issues with their harvest activities at all in all of these years that they've been doing it. And I think it's because forestry is paying particular attention to where they're harvesting. They're harvesting during the dry season for the most part. We're not doing any of that during the winter. And even so, even in the dry season, they're going above and beyond with their erosion and sediment control. And the minute we see anything, if we were to see anything, it would be stopped. And we have not, in fact, when we see turbidity in the reservoirs because there was a rain event, like even when there's no harvest going on. And even that's been fairly minor, and it's really because, well, you've been out and seen the reservoir now in the drier part of the year where the water level drops and the exposed banks have sediment. And those events, when we've seen them, have been very minor, and they last for a couple of days, and then it settles out. At that time, we've basically just shut down the surface water system for a day or two till it clears, and then we can bring it back online. By regulation, we have to monitor the turbidity of the raw water continuously, and we do in multiple areas. So we will know the minute that creeps up. And in fact, if you're familiar with turbidity measurements in surface waters,
Yes.
so typical surface waters out there, you could see turbidity ranges from 5 up to 50. Naturally, you could see that. The turbidity coming out of the dam is on average about 0.5 NTU year round. If when we do see peaks, it might hit 1 or 2, we shut down the system before it even gets that high, just because actually we don't want that sandy water going through our systems. By regulation, we cannot serve any water to the public that if the raw water ever exceeds 5 NTU. We've never had that issue. We've never gotten that close. So what that tells me, that's empirical evidence that the way that they're doing harvest, the careful way that they're doing harvest, has been ensuring that we don't have runoff issues. So that's just my experience, what we've had. Now, I want to be clear too that when you say clear cut, I know we have the image in our head, right, of how others maybe in other countries in the Amazon go in and they have just devastated an area. And they don't go back to fix it. By our forest practice rules in the state of Washington, you must replant. You cannot just cut it and let it sit. You have to replant. And there are reforestation success rates that you have to meet. And so it is very carefully controlled. And again, we are really limiting that harvest in that watershed. And I'm always negotiating to go as low as we can. Sean, go as low as you can. Because the goal in the watershed proper is really about the forest health. And I know you're asking, well, how does cutting trees help forest health? Well, obviously for removing diseased trees, right? But it is also, for those of you who stood up at the dam and we've given the presentation, I said, look around, you see, it's all relatively the same species and the same age, because there was a burn, a lightning strike, I believe, burn in the 1939 that burnt the entire watershed at the time. And it was allowed to grow back naturally. So the dominant species grew back, and it all grew back. They were relatively all the same age. From an environmental sustainability standpoint, especially with climate change, having that lack of species diversity in age is a vulnerability. So you want to promote a variety of species, especially those that are more resistant to disease, more can withstand climate change better, and you want a variety of ages, so you don't have all your trees dying at the same time. So that has really been the driver of harvest within the watershed, was really to promote that species diversity and remove disease.
So I have a third and final point.
Yep.
So one of the citations that you refer to regularly is the Semler report, is prepared for the University of Washington in 2019. And Mr. Semler talked to Dave Dennis, who was then the chief forester. And this is an exhaustive study of laminated root rot and different preservation techniques. It's basically recommendations for best management of forest practices. In fact, I think that's the title. So one thing that Semler mentions, sort of by the way, is Dave Dennis says, yeah, we keep specifying cedar and heather and even big leaf, which like you had to go out and buy ever. And yet they were unable to find them, so that they would plant Douglas fir. So over and over again, according to Mr. Dennis, like testifying for this report, in areas where clear cutting had occurred to get rid of laminated root rot from the very susceptible Douglas firs, Douglas fir was replanted on that site and is appearing to succumb to laminated root rot in its own turn. In fact, Mr. Semler recommends like going back to every previous planting, tearing it out, putting in new stuff. I'm sure that's not going to happen. I'd just like to say a couple more things about laminated root rot. Mr. Semler's favored option one, is simply let succession happen. That just instead of going through all kinds of changes, because the laminated root rot, it's not in pockets like in some forests, it's spread throughout the forest. So trying to go for a pocket is like trying to hold water in a sieve. So just let succession happen, leave it alone. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Can we let
So-
somebody else?
Well,
yeah, I
no,
was just about to say.
I wanted some clarification on that. So by succession, do you mean letting it naturally,
Yes,
a natural forest grow back?
Yes.
And not just dug fir?
yes.
So-
Yeah.
So,
And that there might, and in fact, one of Semler's findings was that even invasive weeds, much as we dislike them, will actually help with soil stability and holding the thing together. So holding the slopes together, especially on steep slopes. All done.
Okay. Jennifer, would you like to ask some
Ah,
questions?
can I
Yeah.
address that word?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So the question of, you're absolutely right about the laminated root rot. He talks about it's not just in small little pockets. So if you look at the management of the lands, early on in the 80s and 90s, they went out and chased these small little pockets and, removed them in half acre to 10th acre, and it just wasn't sustainable. So they moved away from that. And so that moved towards more of the, even age management, which Brent can kind of comment. That's fairly common for Douglas fir management. And so what we do when we do timber harvest is we try to, before we go out and harvest, we go out and do ground assessments to try and determine where are our worst areas for root rot within that harvest area, and then identify it and then go plant those alternative species you're talking about. So yes, we do plant Douglas fir, but we also plant cedar, and when we can get them, blister rust resistant white pine, and the alder comes back naturally, like you're saying. So in terms of the management, I don't recall him saying that letting it succeed. He didn't really identify this is the best option. And that's kind of my challenge as the forestry manager is,
It's on page. Please go on.
So-
I'm sorry.
in forestry, right, it's all about what are your objectives as a landowner. Our objectives are water quality. So my concerns are bare soils, erosion, and laminated root rot leads to that. I don't think he really addresses that, where you have the mortality caused by laminated root rot, and then those trees tip over. If you don't get trees to grow back, you get noxious weeds, yeah, but then you have a whole nother problem with noxious weeds. So the goal is to try and go in there, capture that mortality, and then use those funds to reforest so that you can get that essentially greened up and not create erosion. So
Or I said I would stop. Yeah.
Thank you.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that, okay, I have a couple of, I really like seeing this map, and I also, the Google map is informative as well. And do you know, I know that there's a time period in our history where we had councils and we had, forestry divisions that, well, I don't know if there was a forestry division, honestly, but
Yeah,
they
it
were a
was.
lot more progressive isn't the right word, but a lot more gung ho about harvesting than they are currently. And what was that time period that we talked about before?
yeah, so if you look at the harvest levels, we increased in the 2000s, and that was more related to the economic downturn at the time, and there was push to essentially generate more revenue, frankly because they hadn't been keeping up with the water rates, and then they were trying to essentially offset that.
Are any of these spaces the result of the 2000 overzealousness about harvesting?
In terms of the root rot or those?
No, I'm looking at they're called clear cuts, and I don't know that anybody has said that's not what they are here. So the areas that are clear cut, for lack of a better term, are any of these areas a result from our overzealous harvesting time period?
The growth rate, so the short answer is no. You look at the
Okay.
growth rate of after, harvest, you have those areas essentially greened up, which is essentially you have
Right.
fairly quickly. So those disappear in, 3 to 4 years.
So I was looking at the Google Maps and already there's some greenery. Are you replanting in those areas currently?
Those are the areas that have been replanted.
They're all the areas have been replanted that look clear cut to us on the
Correct.
map.
Yeah.
And so the growth is about 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years?
Yeah, I mean,
When was this image taken?
Yeah.
I'm guessing if this is from Google Earth, this would be from 23 or 24. So, yeah.
Right. And so already as I'm looking at these same spaces, I can see some greenery happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're very blessed to live in an area where tree growth rate, besides next to your neighbor, where it's not great, is astounding. I mean, we're very lucky to have a climate that's perfect for growing trees. And so that it's, as I said, it's not a great look for a couple of years, but then we have it greened up within, as I said,
With new growth.
with new growth.
But
And-
you can't deny the benefits and the value of old.
No, and
Right.
I'm not going to discuss that because in reality, what we have is not over. Like Tammy mentioned, it's all burned right in the 30s and essentially with a moonscape.
What is considered old growth? 100 years or plus?
So it depends on what definition you're going off of. The DNR, Washington DNR, it's usually about 400 years old. It's usually considered old growth.
The rainforest, what is mature? Can you give a definition for mature?
So, I mean, mature forest would be something between 50 to 80 years old.
Okay.
And so that's kind of what has been determined as something that is mature or harvestable age.
Okay. And I think that I really appreciate the information that we haven't had any issues with sediment sliding. And I'll add the caveat yet. So, yeah, yet. And I think that's all I have for now, and maybe a second round, but I would really like to defer to my other colleagues.
Michael, Jeff, questions?
Nothing. Two quick ones. So, and first, thanks for all the work on this very, very large planning document to Mason, Bruce, and Gerard as well. So adopting this document does not commit the city to changing future harvest levels, right? That process would still go through future council administration decisions.
I mean, it's not policy or anything. It's just essentially guidance for myself and Cami and Public Works Director to essentially say, these have already been determined and looked at and analyzed and seem to be in the best interest of the city. Now, if something changes, whether it's, more science comes out or something changes where all of a sudden we have to generate more revenue like in the past, that's where we can look at it again. But essentially it's to create a baseline so that we know we're well within a sustainable harvest and not, talk about what sustainable harvest is. You're not cutting more that grows, and we're well below that value.
Okay. The only other question might be you plus Mike Riley is, if the city in the future decided to increase the amount of harvest level, could those extra dollars from that extra harvest be put into, be dedicated to security of the watershed and security improvements?
I don't know if there's any issues with that because as long as it's associated with the water fund.
I was gonna say, yeah, right now, be sort of, you can.
Yeah, and that's where they talk about that at least in the water rate analysis, they talk about the importance of generating revenue to assist with you if you want to go and acquire additional land that you have available.
And that is a good distinction, that what you're reading in the plan is not we're not advocating for a particular harvest strategy. It's just giving you the information. Here's what has been done in the past. Here's what's currently being done. If you were to modify, do more harvest, less harvest, here is what the rate impact would be. That it's just laying it out for you. And if we harvest, here's how it's being done. And again, it's not setting policy. It's always your purview, year to year, to determine if you want to set a policy on particular no harvest in these areas or level of harvest in those areas. That is within your purview, and that's your direction to us. This just lays out some information for you to consider while you're making those decisions.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Council President Younger, do you want to comment on this?
No, I don't have any comments. Thanks.
Okay. So I just have a few questions. When you, at the current level of harvesting, how many acres are you cutting down typically?
In a year,
Yes.
it's somewhere around 50 to 55 acres
For the entire,
for the entire,
And
that
utility
includes the
land.
union and the utility land.
And the utility lands? Okay, so do you keep, would that be like 2 or 3 areas, or are you doing one giant 50-acre section?
No, I mean, it's broken up between essentially several different units. So when we go out and plan harvest, a lot of this goes into looking at the terrain, looking at where the root rot is impacting the health of the forest and planning. And then there's also the operational constraints, right? All those things that Kim was mentioning that we do, yeah, there's this area over here, but there's a stream right here. We don't want to deal with that. We'll go somewhere else and try to figure out a way to remove that timber while protecting the resources. So it's spread out evenly, and that's kind of, our responsibility as a forester to essentially do that and plan out into the future. And the plan talks about essentially putting together a 5-year harvest plan and having that so that we can adapt and have that in concrete.
Mhm.
So.
Okay, so I have concern about the sewage sludge. I've lived in other communities where for a while they were selling their sludge and they mixed it with yard waste basically and composted it. And then they came out and said, don't plant vegetables in this area. So how far away from water, actual streams and the dam, do we not put the sludge down?
So the biosolid application areas are not even within the union drainage, right? It's well beyond. It's,
absolutely not.
and it's
Okay,
and it's out over by
the golf
Mountain
course.
Golf course.
Okay,
In terms of within water, there's we're regulated by Kitsap County Health as well as the Department of Health and Ecology about where we can apply, and there's no surface waters within the area where we apply. So it's all forest land that essentially is high and dry.
and then that sludge is still, you have definite percentages of like heavy metals in it by Department of Ecology, right?
Yeah, so we monitor the heavy metals along with nitrogen and all the phosphorus, and essentially work with our wastewater treatment plant to monitor those. And then I work on the loading rates to make sure that we're falling within our permit. And I'll just add that we're well below what those limits are in terms of nitrogen loading.
Did they, pardon?
Sorry.
So the biosolids have not been sampled.
I'm sorry, it's not my turn.
Okay, so when you're developing this management plan, were zoning changes looked at strongly? Because as we know, the biggest fear is fire, and the closer we get residents to our forest land, the more fire there's potential. So how does this plan work with our current zoning?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just mention that, I mean, majority of our ownership is outside of technically the city of Bremerton, right? It's adjacent to Kitsap County regulated land. So zoning for them is something that we continue to have conversations with them on, but don't really have much control, like the conversation we had about the adjacent development put in at the entrance at McCann Hall. But
So the
But
plan
I'm
decides,
thinking about like that huge development on the top of Werner Road. And I'm sure that's not gonna stop. But is
so,
this plan working with,
so this plan points out just what you said. This plan will look at the adjacent land uses, and it will mention things like that residential development and other development adjacent to it can bring these risks. This is not a land use plan.
Yeah.
So the intent is that based on that you will work, and you can work with our local community development for those areas that reside within the city's purview. You can look at land or zoning changes if you want. But that has to happen within the land use comprehensive plan.
right?
This just says these are risks. And these are, in areas that the city doesn't have control over. That doesn't mean that you can't reach out to your colleagues in Kitsap County, to the Board of Commissioners. You can express concerns when they're updating their comp plan at the same time we are. And you can express your concern to them. through the public comment process or just through your network, and say, we have concerns. We have concerns about these lands that are adjacent to a very sensitive piece of land. This is a drinking water supply, and advocate for more protective zoning restrictions in those areas.
Yeah. I think first hit is Bremerton. That would be the easiest.
You know, I would say, you know, yeah, by example, perhaps.
Yeah.
But that's not, land use is not my area of expertise. I'm not familiar with the rules on that.
And that's
so-
where just outreach is kind of gonna be
Yeah.
key, as it's mentioned, where, you know, we need to get with these HOAs and help people understand that this is their water source and help them understand that protecting this forest land is key, not only for the city of Bremerton, but themselves as well, because they're within that wildland urban.
Right. Okay, my other questions are all about security, so we can do that later. Do we want a second round? Anna, do you have more questions?
Just a couple, and one is about security.
Okay,
On table one, which is page 96 in the packet. Yeah. Oh, bulldog fish. Behave.
what's the page number on the bottom of the page? Because I'm getting
86.
86, okay.
So in table one, it's watershed utility security evaluation plan is the capital asset project.
Right there. Thank you, Wendy.
Oh.
This table right here.
Yeah, I think so. It's easier.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you can-
It's
there we
table
go.
one.
That one's better.
It's the right one. I was just wondering.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You guys, when you're
I'm
ready.
just trying to find
It's the,
which row?
the capital improvement item for watershed security.
Oh, yes, okay, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, so I was wondering why an evaluation costs 2.15 million.
So this is for a 20-year. So this is cost for 20 years. So
And that line item, by the way, is not just the plan. The actual title is the plan and enhancements. So it's a series of Sean and I getting together, looking at what we know, with what the current risks may be, because it changes over time, or new areas become hotspots. And so it's constantly looking and planning and saying, this is where we need to beef up security, looking at new technologies that might be available that make it more effective, and then setting out a list of projects in which to make improvements. So that's what that line item is for.
It's 2.15
Yep.
million over 5 years.
Over, yep, and
Over.
that's what it's for,
it would be 20-year.
the whole 20-year, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And just, I think we can all do this again 2 weeks from now, right? Before we all get exhausted tonight. I was just wondering, what is the net revenue? It's not I don't know how you would estimate net revenue for timber. So I've heard that phrase tossed around, and so what does net revenue mean in the world of timber?
So in the world of timber, that's all your costs associated with timber harvest taken out of, right? So you get payment from the sawmill, right? And then essentially taking all that cost out of, whether it's your trucking, your construction of any sort of new roads, all those sorts of costs that are associated with timber harvest.
So revenue less expenditures. Correct. Thank you. No more questions
Which is,
tonight.
Jeff, you had,
sorry to talk.
Except that's this, we already talked about, I believe, is actually the whole forestry.
Timber sale picture at the top, that's the
Yeah.
net revenue for
Correct.
timber,
Yeah.
not the gross, the net.
okay,
Is it possible to get a line item of, I would like to see what the costs are, and not just a table, but the costs associated with timber harvesting. I think that'd be valuable for all of us. I'd like you to take a look at it too, Anna.
Yeah.
And get,
I'd love
because you
to
have a
see
good
it.
eye for this, right? So, like of the costs associated with timber harvesting.
So my understanding is the audit committee is already looking at this in terms of.
We are requesting it, that's correct. Yeah.
So could this be something that's looked at through the audit committee and had a conversation there?
Yes, okay, perfect.
Could you?
I am on the audit committee, so that's appropriate.
And the city
would you
auditor
be
has
able to-
reached out to us and we're
Yeah.
working.
Okay, fantastic.
So
Okay.
if the auditor doesn't have it by the next meeting, would you guys be able to produce it?
I wouldn't, is this, I don't, can I go back to Jeff's point, which is that we can always evaluate our level of comfort for timber harvesting at a later date.
At any event.
I don't know that I'm necessarily need this personally, but
Okay.
you might, I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a good thought.
yeah, as Cammy mentions, we've been working with the city auditor and can provide the information. Next week would honestly be a big ask, but, you know.
2 weeks from now.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're off next week.
Yeah, well, you're working with the auditor, thank you
So-
so much for that.
I think what we can offer within 2 weeks is, we can start detailing the types of activities
Mhm.
that are related to harvest, that would have a cost associated with them, even if we don't have the hard number yet,
Perfect.
just to get the conversation started.
That would
Thank
be
you.
really.
That would be
Good
great.
for my understanding first.
Okay.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
And I'll just also add that, you know, we have additional revenue sources that come into the city from the utility land, right? We have the leases from the cell towers, we have the, you know, the brush permits. And so those also contribute to that number as well. So I think working with finance and the city auditor, I think we can get something clear set up.
Okay. We done for now?
Yes. Thank you.
How should we treat this? Consent or general business?
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
I'm guessing general business?
I would prefer, I'm voting for general business, yeah.
Okay. All right, great. We're really running behind schedule, so.
Not too bad, it's supposed to start at 6.
No, we have 2 more things in between them.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy and Brad.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, next up, we have Human Resources Manager Charlotte Nelson here to present item A2.
So this is really just cleanup to the BMC. About in 2007, I think we took the fire chief and the police chief and took them out of civil service.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we were doing something recently, we noticed that it's still listed in here. They're still listed in here as civil service.
Just housekeeping in this. Consent.
And it's just those 2 positions? Okay. I don't have any questions. Anybody else have questions about this issue?
Did this go through Public Safety Committee? Who's putting it up?
Probably in 2007.
Yeah,
Housekeeping, I understand. Thank you, Charlotte.
thank you. How are we treating this? Consent?
Consent.
Thank you. Next up is Internal Services Manager Matt Donleycott. Going to present item A3.
Good evening, council.
Evening, Matt.
I'm here to present a public works agreement with Long Building Technologies for the installation of emergency mass communication system at the Puget Sound Navy.
And this did come to the Public Works Committee yesterday, so.
I'll start this off. This project is 100% funded by the Navy. No city funds are needed.
Okay.
So the need for this mass communication system was originally identified by a Navy security audit. It was required to increase overall building security is what they said. So the director of the museum reached out to the city, asked if we would be willing to take this project on. After learning about the project, we saw that there was mutual benefit. So we decided that we could take it on and let them know that. We worked with the company Wood Harbinger to design this system. It will have 26 speaker boxes, 3 call stations, and 2 auto lock doors. The speakers will be strategically placed inside and outside, so the entire building will be covered. That does include the pathway down to Fountain Park, the restrooms in the back. Out front by the party sale will be able to be heard, and then also people walking up to the ferry. We'll have to mess around with the volumes to make sure it's legible to be heard, but it will be able to be heard there. The call stations, there'll be 1 place on each floor that staff will have access to. From those, they'll be able to play a pre-recorded message, like museum closing in 15 minutes, or they'll all be able to broadcast a real-time message.
Sky is falling in.
They could. The auto lock doors will be installed on the 2 main entry doors to the museum and then the 2nd floor exhibit doors. And That's exactly what they sound like. Staff will be able to touch a button, lock the doors. People will still be able to exit. So if there's a malfunction, we're not locking people in the museum. We utilized the Wasipsi Purchasing Co-op that we joined earlier this year to receive a proposal from Long Building Technologies. Came in quite a bit under the engineer's estimate. So the total cost of this project is $118,419 plus tax. The estimate was just below 200,000 that we got. Navy Museum staff, city staff, and the designer from Wood Harbinger all reviewed this proposal, all felt it was a good proposal, so we were happy with the income. Jane, you did ask a question about the maintenance of it, and I just want to say I wasn't wrong with what I said. They will maintain it, but that'll be in the new lease whenever that's negotiated. So until that time happens,
That's 10 years.
that we will be maintaining it. And I verified that with Melinda. We haven't negotiated it. That one, it wasn't voted on. So right now we're under the old lease. I verified that.
Okay.
So whenever that comes back to council, that will be in there. The mass
Right.
communication system, the dehumidification system, depending upon timing, maybe a CCTV camera system. Well, will be in there.
And is all the effort that you have put in and your staff, is that being paid for by the Navy or is that a gift to the Navy?
Nope. This whole entire project will be covered by the Navy.
Okay. Anybody, Michael? you
Yeah,
have
kind of
questions?
related a little bit, but do we pay this and get reimbursed from the Navy, or?
The funds have already been transferred. We actually have them. We have excess funds,
Good.
truly.
What should happen?
Anybody else have questions? Yes.
Okay, I watch too many movies, so I'm imagining like there's gonna be some big heist at the Puget Sound Navy Museum. And somebody goes in to steal, I don't know, the anchor. And the door's shut and the thieves are caught, right? That's what this is? No, it's more like mass communication for emergencies.
Exactly. A way for them to notify all the museum goers, staff, that if there was a lockdown in the shipyard, they follow those lockdowns.
Okay.
They could notify everyone in the museum versus one person running from exhibit to exhibit to notify them.
So, and I'm thinking about like in the perspective of being a school employee and active shooter trainings and having other drills that we take part in. And there's been active shooters around the schools before, where they lock down the museum, they have a mass communication system where they let folks know that there's an emergency and that they need to be
Yes.
aware of that.
Yes.
Okay. Does it prevent people from leaving?
No, so exiting is still allowed, entering wouldn't be. I mean,
Okay.
I guess if someone exited and someone was standing at the front door, they
So it
could come in.
Does lock down from the outside?
Yes.
Okay, I like it. People need to be safe in this day and age. Thank you.
President Younger, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Anybody else have
Yeah,
questions?
yeah,
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
follow. So we have the fountain room.
Mhm.
So there's doors that go to the museum. You just have to be locked, and you said a second floor set. But there's a door to the fountain room, and then that accesses the museum.
Yes, it does, and it was determined that one, and that's gonna be
Well, those often locked anyway.
yes, they're always locked unless there's an event and they prop it, and that's something that we'll have to have a conversation with the conference center staff on how they basically operate that space. That they need to not be propping that door.
But there'll be speakers in that space telling people to
Yeah,
exit.
so
Door.
it covers, where my notes? So it'll cover the fountain room, it'll cover the park storage area in the basement, the kitchen that the conference center has in there, as well as those exterior spaces, as I said, so.
All right, thanks.
Are there any other questions? How should we treat this item?
I don't know.
Consent, okay?
It's kind of security related.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is Senior Outreach and Engagement Specialist Tricia Munson and Project Manager Brendan Perko to present item B1, the quarterly update from Common Street. But you don't look like Tricia.
I didn't hear what was said, but no, I'm
Is she
extremely.
on, oh, she's online.
Oh.
Hi, Tricia.
Okay.
Sharing thirdly. I guess that'll work, right? All right. Well, thank you so much, Kelton, for having us here and for us to get an opportunity to talk about the quarterly update here with homelessness response problem management in the city of Bremerton. So what we're going to do is we'll talk about some positive outcomes. We'll talk about some challenges and some tricky tricky opportunities, we'll call them. And then also we're going to go through our high level update on the dashboard. So this will kick us off here in terms of our dashboard. And I guess that's moving ahead. So okay, there we go. So as you can see up there, nearly 2,500 site visits, so 24/6/2 since January 22nd of 2024, so since programs inception here. And that's all the way up until October of this year. So just a couple of weeks ago on our stakeholders meeting with everybody from city departments. So lots of site visits, lots of activity, meaningful connections. A reminder, we call it meaningful connection anytime. We don't just make contact with individuals, but we have a follow-up plan. We have some sort of information that's been swapped, and we're trying to actively working plan. 380 individuals connected to services since January 22nd of 2024. And Trish is going to talk a little bit about what those services can look like. Nearly 120 individuals in shelter or housing, which is a great number. One would be a good number. 119 is a great number. And of course, this doesn't tell the whole story, but this does give a snapshot of what's been going on for nearly 2 years here. And then 12 people on average at any given week are working a plan. So lots of activity, lots of individuals we're encountering and working with. So we're going to dive into what kind of phase we're in the program. So at this point, we're in proactive monitoring and outreach phase. So what that looks like is continued efforts multiple times a week to rapidly respond to repopulations all throughout the city. These are reports that come in through a cartograph. They're self-reported through proactive monitoring and through our outreach efforts. This, of course, means working with multiple city teams. You know the teams, but public works, streets, parks, code enforcement, police department, navigators, and also we have Ann as well that we've been coordinating with, which has been great at our monthly stakeholders meeting. It's been a good opportunity for us to both get little tidbits of information and also information passed back to you, in addition to the monthly stakeholders sent out via email. So I will report that stakeholders within all city departments are functioning what I would call optimally, with high levels of communication and coordination and engagement. So not all stakeholders meetings in different areas are created equal. And I would say that this stakeholders meeting in Bremerton is fantastic. I would say that coordination and communication between all the departments is, as I put here, optimal. And so that's been really nice because that gets challenging when you're trying to coordinate with different departments and there's misalignment or not communication happening. So that's fantastic. And what I will say, before we pop into these outcomes, all that proactive monitoring and outreach leads to obviously outcomes and engagement outcomes. These are positive outcomes. We're going to get into some challenges and some opportunities, like I said later. But I do want to say that it's important to recognize both. It's important to recognize the positive outcomes that are happening from our efforts and from the city's efforts and our different partners' efforts, different agencies as well. And but then it's also, like I said, we'll get into the challenges later. So Trish, I'm going to toss to you and we can talk about some specifics here, but not too specific.
All right, thank you. Sorry I'm not there in person. This is just how the schedule happened, and so I will do my best to present virtually. It's not my favored or most comfortable method, but here. So as you know, we face different situations all the time. Some things become something we're more familiar with and we have answers for, or, suggestions. We had a situation earlier this quarter that we had an individual who had situated a tent about 40 feet up an embankment overlooking a waterway. And unfortunately, he fell and was not able to get himself up. He was injured. He also had a dog with him. He had about 2% left on his phone. And so he knew if he tried to call 911 initially, that his phone would likely die before they could find him. And so he called me and gave me his coordinates real quick, and I was able to call EMS. And between EMS, law enforcement, and a couple other partnering agencies, we were able to locate him, and he did have to be strategically removed from the hillside with a pretty decent injury. I don't say decent in a positive way. It was not comfortable, but we had some significant collaboration that happened during that. First of all, I have to shout out. Uh, I'm going to shout out Don Michelle, but specifically the CARE program, which is the PEP program that helps in Kitsap County and is also at the Kitsap Rescue Mission. This individual had a dog who is his companion, and of course, the dog can't go in the ambulance or to the hospital. And Don Michelle was able to go pick up the dog, and CARE was able to swoop in and get the dog fostered for a little while during the hospital stay. And then Their Voice, which is another nonprofit that assists pets, they were able to continue some follow-up care for the dog, including a very, very much needed nail trim. And this individual did go to a specialized shelter and for the first time has an ID. He has medical care, and this is someone who has a bachelor's degree and is an incredible graphic designer. And so he is in a shelter that he is able to work the plan that he is deciding, and he's getting back on his feet. And I just, it took so many different components involved there that it was pretty awesome to be part of. So that will be the first one. If we can go to the next slide. Second one I want to chat about real quick is, fortunately, we did have an individual who we've been working with for a while that did end up in jail. I do go to the jail and meet with individuals we're working with if they do become in custody. And upon discussion, this individual decided he wanted to make some significant changes, and he did. And he was able to go through whatever legal process he needed to, and he has been out of being incarcerated now for a little bit, but he is in compliance with probation with Bremerton Municipal Court. He was reunited with his family, including his infant daughter, and is learning aspects of how to be a parent for the first time. He just passed his 6 months clean and sober. He's living inside, and he too is navigating his plan. I think something that's important in these situations is to recognize that oftentimes it seems to be presented that if someone just gets clean and sober, or if they just address their mental health, that everything is better. And we know that that's not the case. Life is hard and it's stressful, and sometimes, quite honestly, it sucks. And so sometimes when you're doing all the things that you think will change your path, and they do change your path, and you hit hard times or loneliness or frustration or barriers, that's a lot of times where it's so essential that we have the good wraparound services and social supports in place. That can really make a difference for someone who just needs that extra level of support. So it's not checking a box. It's not just finding it's not just getting clean and sober. It's so much more than that. And so it's one of the hardest things I've seen people do, and one of the most rewarding things. And so I think it's significant to call that out. People do struggle after sobriety. So and let's go to the next one. This one has been a longer case of advocacy and support. This is someone that we've been working with for quite some time. Our level and the amount of case management we've provided has been a really light touch most recently, and actually for several months now. But this is somebody that we encountered that was unhoused, and he was facing yet another charge. He does have some, like a learning disability, some very lengthy, over probably 31 years of mental health barriers. And we have been able to partner with him and his case managers at Kitsap Mental Health, as well as the Kitsap Therapeutic Court. And he is just a few months out from graduating. He has been living in recovery-based housing. He has been embracing all of the opportunities. And I think one of the biggest, most significant things to me that I cannot express enough is that in all the areas I work in, I have to say I am consistently so impressed with the Bremerton and Kitsap County Therapeutic Behavioral Health Drug Courts. They have the potential for people to work a program that truly does make lasting change. And also, in a lot of the cases, in the majority of the cases that we see, they end up not even having charges on their record once they complete that program. So having that be the outcome, it does so much for a person, but also it just helps them continue that path with less barriers. And I think it's really phenomenal that those programs exist in Kitsap County.
Awesome. So those are 3 examples of positive outcomes, which are great. We also want to talk about some challenges. Now, a couple of these you've seen before. Some of these are informed by information, even as of yesterday and this morning. So, Trish, I'm going to kick it to you, and you can kind of work through each one of these bullet points in terms of those challenges.
So again, it's all of our days don't end with positive, feel-good stories. I'm sure everybody knows that these are real people in real lives, and seeing people struggle is significant because they're human. But one of the things that's really, I think, important and should be a topic of discussion very heavily right now is our shelter situation. Salvation Army, I continue to work closely with Salvation Army. Also, I cannot shout them out enough. Both captains, Captain Lance, Captain Dana, Eric, and Dale. The work that they do is incredible. Their level of commitment's incredible. But I will say this, 2 nights ago, they were at 97 people. Capacity in the past has been 82. They were able to very strategically rearrange like the physical setup of things so that they could get 94 in. And they hit 97, and they were at a point that they do have to turn people away. And I think 2 things need to be put in the view right very intensely right now. And that would be the fact that, number one, when we talk about what you see the next bullet point, there is a low barrier shelter. A lot of the context there is that it would, it's supposed to be what takes place of Salvation Army. And I just want to bring attention to the fact that if we're struggling with one shelter to be able to accommodate everyone in need, that it will take shelter. I think it really needs to be analyzed what really the need is, because we can't assume that a shelter is going to fill the role of Salvation Army when Salvation Army still is turning people away. So I think that that's something that is significant. And then also with the low barrier shelter, I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and there is a lot of very talented, very skilled, very compassionate, and very dedicated, loyal people that work on your teams in Bremerton and throughout the county that probably would agree in the fact that we truly need something that's low barrier. Salvation Army is definitely low barrier, but right now, like I said, they have 97 folks there, and they have 5 family households right now in the Salvation Army shelter. And so I think that those things that's a struggle. That's something that's concerning. And I think that is where we definitely can put some thought and some action into. Safe parking is another thing. We are seeing significant increase in individuals living in cars. Having a car or an RV, that is shelter for people, but it's also a lifeline. It's how they get to appointments. It's how they get to work, because many of them work. It's how they keep their children safe if there's families living in cars, which there are. And so safe parking, I think, is something that is needed. I know that I've said this before, so I'm not trying to sound like a broken record, but we do have other programs and projects that, we are part of that do have very successful safe parking and safe parking programs. And I think it is something that still needs to be on the agenda. And then substance use disorder, also known as SUD. For quite a long while during our time in Bremerton, we had the PIN team from Kitsap Recovery Center. And for me personally, in my role, one of the biggest benefits of that team is that they have what's called an SUDP. I'm not trying to insult anyone's intelligence, but I do assume people don't always know what this stuff is. So that's a substance use disorder professional. They're the only folks in Washington state that can do a drug and alcohol assessment for a placement in an inpatient residential service. The assessments are long sometimes. Um, you're asking people really vulnerable questions, and there's a lot of shame and a lot of fear involved. And they had an individual on the PIN team from KRC that would come out and do those assessments in the field. We do have some great agencies in Bremerton that do walk-in assessments, and so I do want to make sure that everyone understands that's still there. But losing that SUDP in the field, it's felt and it's heavy and it's hard and it makes things more difficult because we can't send someone to the hospital for an SUD assessment, and we have to have that assessment to get someone into treatment. And so it's not required for detox, but it is required for treatment. And so I think it's important that we recognize that that's been a challenge here in the community.
So to kind of summarize, no magic wand or secret potion to solve these issues. They're really challenging, and there's a lot of them. So again, we don't want to miscommunicate. There's positive outcomes. There's also a lot of challenges still in place. Many struggles and many needs throughout the city and county, just like any city and county. And we feel like, the clear communication of plans and expectations from everybody involved, from the wonderful partners that we work with, from agencies, from volunteer groups, we just need to communicate clearly and communicate plans and expectations. And that way everybody understands what's going on, gaps in funding, awards in funding, what programs are on, what programs are off, and really work collaboratively and work together, which we're happy to do with anybody who's about helping people get back to meaningful and sustainable lives. So in summary here and in conclusion, before I kick it to Elton here at the end, multiple individuals are connected to shelters and or transitional housing, which is great since our last meeting. Other service providers continue to partner when appropriate and where appropriate, working toward positive outcomes. We can't stress that enough. We're very grateful for that. And one last thing, a little bit lighter, but very important, last but not least, we were able to present at the Citizens Academy, which of course is over 5 weeks. I see your hand raised. Trish, do you want me to call you now or wait until I'm done with this?
You can wait.
Okay, thanks. You're the boss. Presented at the Citizens Academy over 5 weeks, 1 night a week, with navigators, specifically Rochelle Linsky and BPD. And of course, Elton could tell you everything you want to know about that. But the community was very receptive and pleased with this program and that it exists in the city with homelessness response and property management, that both are being addressed, both are being considered, that it's compassion and accountability, that it's individuals first and compassion first, and then also focusing on keeping properties clear and clean and safe. We had a lot of difficult questions. We had a lot of deep conversations, but overwhelmingly it was positive, and everyone is, again, very pleased that the city has this program. So we're grateful for that. And with that, I'm going to kick it to Tricia real quick and see what her hand was raised for.
Yeah, when just back to that second bullet point about the other service providers, like I think it's important for you to hear names, honestly. And so I can't stress to you enough how much some of the real team members have been so helpful. Brandy, April, Chris, Frankie, some of the collaboration and coordination has been incredible. And a lot of times you just have to adapt and overcome in the moment to meet the needs of the individuals we're serving. Also, again, I already did shout out the Salvation Army, but I think it's important. And then Sonia from Kitsap Mental Health, who's running their forensics teams, incredible. Dice from the Heart Team and KCR has continued to be an excellent partner. And then a lot of the volunteer individuals, it has been incredible to see some partnerships come together and some collaboration and coordination that's been working really well in the community to help serve the people that we serve and that we care about so intensely. And just the intention behind it has been really awesome. So I think it's always important to shout some of that stuff out. And I do also want to shout out Janae from Benedict House, man. Her job is so difficult in my opinion, and she makes it look so easy. But I'm overly impressed with her, and I think it's important for you guys to hear the good and the bad, and so I really think it's important to hear names.
Thank you. Well, with that,
Yeah,
Captain Elton's the name.
well, I was gonna do just one thing, but I'm just gonna say, after we listened to all that, and certainly listening to Trish, you can tell, I think we got the right people in the room talking about things that I don't fully understand. And that's, that's okay, because law enforcement has a different job than what they do. But it's been a pleasure to partner with them and to bring people into this conversation who can, maybe address these things a little bit better. And I wouldn't, I really appreciate Trish, recognizing people for doing the work, because they're clearly not doing it alone. And we've had people throughout this community, people she mentioned and people she hasn't mentioned, that are out there doing this. And one thing that I was thinking of as she was talking was, they all share this similar trait where I was trying to figure out my words for this, but they share this similar trait. And I think it's best described as like consistency and commitment, because like they said, not everything's ends like happily. Not everything is super smooth. There's one particular individual, they didn't talk about it today, that has been a staple down in the core area, and then he wasn't. And he was in a facility, and there's actually a really interesting story where he would get out of the facility and show up back down there and kind of regress. Well, there was another instance where he went to the facility he was at and said, "Hey, look, your door's open. I just want you to know that." So they closed it and locked it, and he stayed. So these are positive like trajectories, but then, you're like happy about it, and it's like, this is great news. Then he's back down there again, and that's kind of where we're at now. But they stick with it. They're committed to sticking with these things. They're long-term. Law enforcement handles things, at the spur of the moment. We get called when people are not doing their greatest, and we spend a few minutes with them, and then we're on to the next thing. They're really doing the work. People like Common Streets and other people around the city that have been doing it for years. So I wanted to say that. The other thing I wanted to say is, I'd like to get onto the schedule. We're on the agenda with John Hickling for the next Public Safety Committee, where I'd like to address whether or not we're going to continue on with this relationship and with Common Streets. We need to renew another contract. So I think that's probably a great place to start that conversation, and then maybe come back to another study session and another council session. With that.
So anybody have questions?
Yeah.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Trish. Thank you, Captain Melton, for coming in, giving us our requested quarterly report. I know it's always important to us to make sure that, I think, like our primary goal is, are we making best use of the funds? So starting the conversation now on that is great. What is the increase in, do you have any kind of graph that you can provide that talks about these graphic, we love the pictures. I know some of us really love graphic organizers. Do you have one that can show us the increase over the year, or over the time period that you've had your contract? So like it was, we can go back in our documents and look at what you said the meaningful connections were last time, but if you could provide us with that information in the future, that'd be great as we're having this conversation, so we can see some measurable progress.
Do you want that, just to clarify, do you want that per quarter, or lifetime?
Whatever's gonna best sell your case, right? Yeah, so.
If you did a lifetime, you could just keep adding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to be able to
In
have.
perpetuity. But I think that the work that you do is so unique, and we have a need for all kinds of unique resources in our community. I wanted to ask, you had these are the same, okay, Bill, these are the same barriers you keep bringing up over and over. And this is I just want to emphasize how appreciative I am of y'all to keep bringing these up to us. We need safe parking. We need this, and what I really appreciate is, I worked in Salvation Army as a volunteer. I did meals, I've done intake, and I've seen the thin mats they have to sleep on, and I don't even know how they can fit 5 families, because not only that, you have to, and this is a low barrier. Nobody's asking about anybody's criminal record or nothing. So you got to be careful where you put the families. You got to put them separate from the Gen Pop. So they have the upper level. I think they're probably sleeping people on the upper level when they get to 97 above the stairs, and in addition to the room where the showers are. So I think capacity is actually 75. If I'm correct, 75, 76 is the actual capacity of Salvation Army. So now that we are over the limit and they are at the point of turning people away, we 100% need again to reevaluate this ordinance that we have that's anti-camping. What are people going to do? You know, we need to we need to have a moratorium on it. So I don't think it's responsible of us to not have a plan in place for safe parking and to have a plan in place for people that cannot get into the shelter. If we're at 97, that's over capacity. I'm gonna say it, it's over. The fire chief's not gonna listen right now, but it's over capacity on that too. So there's other programs that are coming up that I really am excited about. I had a really great, do you have much connection with Eagles Wings? With Michelle Fleetwood and Eagles Wings? Okay.
We do utilize them as a housing source, yes, and their new
I was
respite
pretty
program has
confident
been
that you
very
would.
responsive.
And they have an exciting project coming up in Gorse that they need some assistance with a shelter. They have some infrastructure in place and some funding, but they need some additional support. And I mean, they're going to be up and running hopefully by the winter. So I'm just putting that on your radar. And I don't know if you know about this project that I'm talking about, Trish. It's outside of city limits, but it's still something we need to support. I wanted to know, Trish, some safe parking. I think we tried to get the churches to, do the hosting the 3, and we haven't had any success except the church near my district that said, can you please help get the homeless out of our woods?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking bullshit. But we haven't we haven't had any success with any of the churches in our city agreeing to do the 3 parking lots. So what are we going to do to fill these gaps? What can we do? Anyway, I appreciate the work that you do. Yes, Trisha wants to say something.
On the safe parking thing, what I would say is that I think the essential piece there is to have a well-designed program to cover safe parking. It's not responsible or feasible to just say, okay, we're going to open up these spots, anybody can go park there. You have to have a program. And the reason I say that is because the biggest reason, besides the organization and helping people continue to feel supported and get their needs met, is that there is an insurance issue when it comes to allowing people to live in their vehicles on your property. And without a program to support the safe parking, there's a lot of insurance carriers that will not provide insurance for a building or a property. And so I think that's one of the biggest barriers to it. So there are some very successful safe parkings that are up and running and have been that we've been a part of, and there's others that we have been able to utilize. And so there is ways to do it. Obviously, it wouldn't be something to conquer on this call per se, but
No.
there is a way. But that is one of the biggest barriers, is the challenge of having a program running it.
And you have, and I think that, and we need to get our schedule set with, I need to get my schedule set with you, because you're going to take me or show me a couple examples, but there are examples of bureaucracies that have safe parking lots that they fund and manage and have an outside agency that manages as well, correct?
Right.
Like that you have partnerships with as Common Street. You've seen them, you've been a part of them. Y'all, we got to get this going. It's time. All right, that's all I really have to say. Yeah, what do you?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Well, in regards to safe parking, I personally, not as a council member, but it'd be great to get all the council to agree to sign on, is I went to Kitsap Transit, and they have park and rides all over the county that are totally underutilized. And I asked them to look at starting a safe parking program. A lot of the board members were really excited and thought that was a great idea. So maybe that will be coming, and maybe Bremerton's the one that could lead the way and show them how to do it, because there's lots of information out there already.
Big parking lot, by Kitsap Transit, the Bremerton lanes.
Oh yeah, they're
lot.
everywhere.
Just get some portable toilets out there and some.
Yeah, I mean, you need,
dumpster and.
yeah, I mean, you need some management, but you know,
I had another,
we don't have to recreate the wheel.
No, we can't create the wheel. We have to use we're not, why would we waste some money on a consultant to recreate the wheel? Other people have done it for us, so let's copy them. I wanted to ask real quick about a substance use dependency professional. And is that something where they lost the individual or they lost the funding for that?
I don't know the details behind why the team is no longer out there as a team. The PIN team is just it is no longer a resource that's coming into the streets. I do know that the SUDP that we had that relationship with, that was coming out with us to do outreach and doing those SUD assessments, she did go to a different agency to work. But I'm not sure of the details or what the plan is with KRC.
Maybe she was the only one who was willing to do it. You know what I mean? That's how these things are. You get a person that's willing to do it and then they're gone and then that program's gone.
Right. It just is such a huge it's such a huge opportunity, and it also just helps things so tremendously. And I do again want to shout out the transportation piece. Anna, thank you again. But the transportation piece with G2 has been such a huge benefit when it does come to the SUD stuff, specifically to get people to their appointments and their assessments and then into a bed date. So partway there, but an SUDP is very much missed right now in Bremerton.
And are there any SUDPs within the Peninsula Community Health Services? Because a lot of folks are on.
They do in-person assessments in their office. Yes, I know that. I believe it's Agape that has walk-ins Tuesdays and Thursdays.
That's where I went, was through Agape when I was on state insurance, was through Agape.
Yeah,
but that was a million years ago.
There are people that they don't have an opportunity to shower. They are fearful of being in public. They are very uncomfortable sitting in an office, and also with walk-ins. Sometimes you're going to sit there for a long time if a lot of people show up, and that's hard to do. And so having an SUDP in the field was just really beneficial. And Kelly was amazing.
I just wondered if there was any chance that building a relationship with, maybe they would have somebody that would be willing to do that if you lost your one. You know what I mean? I don't know. Just an idea. You could float it. And worst they can say is no. That's all.
Right.
All right. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your heart.
Anna? Thanks. So just to follow up on the Kitsap Transit, I thought that your presentation to Kitsap Transit was really good.
Thanks.
And one of the things you alluded to was that there'd be a vetting process, sort of so that this would be for working for, at least to start with.
Well, what I did is I followed, I had a lot of conversations with Anton Pressinger from Northwest Hospitality, and also some with Marwan. But he thought that the best way to start a program like that would be working for, or people who are going to school, just to, because they're the ones that are going to be the fastest to be able to get into something else. So we presented that to him, but I don't.
So we had follow-up yesterday.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So Christine Rolfus and I were really advocating for this, and there seemed to be an inability to move forward on the part of the executive director. So
that does not surprise me.
Yeah. So we said, he said, some of these the state owns and some of them the federal government owns. So we said, go with the ones that we own. And the only caveat we put on it was that since Kitsap Transit is there really to push public transit, is to not use really heavily used ones like Mullinex, which are at can be up to 90% capacity. And it seemed like it was a short meet, it was just barely a quorum, but it seemed like even a majority of that was interested in this. And especially the thing that really tipped the balance for them was that they'd been vetted, that someone had talked to them. So that's one thing. Then the other two things, it's you guys all know that last year and again this year, I sent out an email saying we need a day tent and we need sanctioned campsites. And I think that the need for sanctioned campsites is even greater now, because even though the Salvation is a low barrier shelter, even though the one the community partners are coming up with is a low barrier shelter, it's not a no barrier shelter. And that we should really think about doing sanctioned campsites, because it's getting cold. The day tent, I'm not gonna go through that one again for all of you. You've all heard it at least 4 times. But this would be a way to help people who may not be in the shelter, right? Might be excluded, and it's a way to start like extending dignity and respect to people. So if you want the full thing, I have 10 minutes, but I'm not gonna do it. That's all.
Jeff, do you have any comments at this time?
Thanks for the presentation, and EWC has a nice training. I'll talk about 6-9 months ago on safe parking, and they had a good structure. You know how to start simple and grow over time. But
Okay.
Minute too. Absolutely.
Did you resend that link to us recently?
No, I can send it out now though. If it helps.
Okay, I'll make sure to reply all.
Eric, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I actually have my hand raised, so I'll lower it. So,
We
Uh,
couldn't see.
no worries. Yeah, I know that's how it works, so I don't mind you just asking me on each one. So, Trish, this question's for you or just a request. You mentioned you're working with some communities that have successful safe park programs. Can you send Ann Williams a list of those, preferably with contact information, so we can figure out what our best practices are and compare it with our existing ordinance and see where
Absolutely.
we're not successful and why, and maybe we can kind of try to figure this out. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anybody else have any questions at this time? Michael, did you have any
No, thank you.
comments or anything?
I'd just like to thank you guys. Thank you
Yeah.
for what you're doing. Tricia, Brendan, Captain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thanks for the opportunity, and we're happy to do it.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. It's 6:55. Everybody ready for a break for a while? Yeah,
For a while.
just for a while, Michael. Yeah. Can everybody please be back at 7:05, please? Let me shut this off.
Yeah.
I call the meeting back to order. Um, There she is.
Hey, there's snacks out there, everybody.
Next I call, CDBG Program Administrator Sarah Lyman here to present item C1, public hearing on resolution to approve the 2026 to 2030 consolidated plan.
All right, thank you. Can you guys see my screen okay?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, awesome. I'll go ahead and just get started. We are bringing forward sort of the culmination of our year, which is it's sort of a 2-in-1. So we have the city's 5-year consolidated plan for CDBG funding from HUD, and then within that 5-year plan will be our year 1 action plan, which will include the projects that we plan to fund for 2026. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the consolidated plan. Oops. Council may recall I presented back in April. At that time, we released a community survey and we were preparing our needs assessment and gathering data. That process ran alongside our normal grant process for 2026. And then in June, City Council approved the funding priorities for the 2026 program year. And so we are at the finish line here with the final consolidated plan and the projects that the Grant Review Committee has recommended for funding. And both of those will be submitted to HUD in November. And so the county and city together prepare this package that we call the consolidated plan. And within that plan, there are a few different parts. The county's plan is larger and contains more housing data and how they plan to utilize federal home dollars as well as CDBG dollars. And so within that larger plan, the city has a standalone plan, and that is an attachment to the county's larger plan. And within the city standalone plan is the year 1 action plan, which includes the funding recommendations for 2026. Within the city's standalone plan, there are several components. We've got information about the public process, which included meetings, consultations, and outreach. We have a needs assessment, which includes a community survey, results from the community survey, as well as our consultations. There's also a market study, which shows available housing and economic data. And then our strategic plan, which includes how we can best use these very limited federal dollars to address our priority needs. The city's consolidated plan document and the funding recommendations were released for public comment on September 29th. We sent out a legal notice as well as an email notification. We did a social media post and we printed flyers and posted them around the Norm Dix Government Center. Notifying folks of the opportunity to comment on the 5-year plan and the funding recommendations. We have not received any public comments thus far. However, the comment period is open through October 30th. So if you have folks who are interested in making public comment, they can do so until then at cdbg@bremertonwa.gov. And then we will also be taking public comment at the public hearing on November 5th. And then just to recap, before I get into the projects that were recommended for funding, as you guys know, we go through our funding process in a joint process with Kitsap County. So it's the coordinated grant application process. And within that, there are a few different funding streams. So there's city CDBG, county CDBG, county and city home funding, and then the community investment in affordable housing grant, as well as other countywide housing and homelessness funding. We receive our allocation directly from HUD as an entitlement community. And CDBG can be used to address a range of community needs, but these are the funding priorities that were approved back in June. And so our priorities for that have been approved for the next 5 years include preservation or rehabilitation of affordable housing. That can include acquisition of housing to create or preserve units of affordable housing. It can include weatherization or repair of existing housing units. And then infrastructure and public facilities projects, which can include street sidewalk improvements, parks projects, and other public facilities projects. And then micro enterprise assistance programs as well. Each project that comes forward for funding, we have a number of regulatory requirements that we have to adhere to when we administer CDBG dollars. All activities must be eligible, must meet a HUD national objective, and one of our 5-year consolidated plan priorities. Projects must benefit low to moderate income individuals or benefit a primarily low to moderate income area within the city. For housing related projects, CDBG funding can fund acquisition or rehabilitation, but cannot fund new construction, so construction of new units. And then just to kind of review the makeup of our project review committee, they are reviewed and scored by a committee made up of city staff, a representative from Planning Commission, a city council member, and then 2 community members. And again, this has been kind of the same trend year to year. We always get more requests for funding than what we have available. So these can be really tough decisions. And I'll give a special shout out to our citizen volunteers. We really value their perspective, especially. And I know everybody on the committee put in a lot of time and energy into these deliberations. So thank you to our committee. And then just to kind of recap our funding process. So applications opened June 17th. They were open through July 15th. During the month of August, our project review committee reviewed and scored each application. The committee met on August 28th to discuss and rank projects by score. And then applicant interviews and final deliberation took place that second week of September. And we've also included the minutes, some high-level minutes within the packet. So that's Exhibit A behind the funding recommendations, just to kind of give some context and to show kind of the committee's thought process. So hopefully that's some helpful information as well. And this we took, this was also in our policy plan. We often don't receive our CDBG allocation until mid-year, sometimes even later in the year. And so we have to work off of estimates from the prior year, which is often difficult. And with changes at the federal level, we also took into account possible program cuts for the upcoming year. So we're starting with an estimate of $300,000. We estimate program income from prior city loan projects at $5,000, and then we do have some prior year funding from projects that from 2023 and 2024 that came in under budget. And then we have that 20% set aside for grant administration. So that left us with about $374,000 for projects. And so the grant review committee deliberations resulted in 4 of the 5 applicants being selected for funding. And I'll go through each project here shortly. The project that was not selected for funding was the Boost program. The Boost program through Upwards, it's a micro enterprise assistance program. We funded them in 2025. And due to delays at the federal level, they just have not been able to start their program year through no fault of their own. That's just delays at the federal level. And so the grant review committee felt before we fund them for a second year that it would be great to have data that we can look back on. And so that was the reason for not funding that program for a second year, at least not right now. And I'll just kind of also say that the committee's recommendations fit the city's priorities, which again include capital infrastructure improvements, particularly those that improve access to services and preserve existing units of affordable housing, as well as activities which expand economic opportunities for low-income individuals. And so I'll go through each project here. So our first project, $152,000 was recommended for improvements to Benedict House, which is run from Catholic Community Services. This is an all-men's shelter with 24 emergency shelter beds, 3 respite care beds. They serve about 110 individuals annually and provide case management, 3 meals a day, internet commuter access, and other wraparound services. Specifically, funds will be used for bathroom renovations, HVAC upgrades, and new fire doors to meet fire code requirements. So some really vital improvements. And then Kitsap Community Resources came back with their weatherization and minor home repair project. $50,000 was recommended to benefit 5 homes. Again, funds will be used for contract labor and materials to install weatherization and health and safety improvements. And I'll just say the majority of our clients in the past few years have been senior citizens. And this is a really well-run program through KCR. And then City of Bremerton Public Works Department came forward with a project at 5th Street along Hewitt Avenue. And so this would install 88 curb ramps at that intersection. This site was selected, it's within the pedestrian priority network. It's close to ingress and egress routes for PSS, near the downtown core, city parks and business district. Beyond what budgeted for this particular site, if it does come in. Oh, sorry, can you guys hear me?
Sarah? Yeah, you're kind of breaking up. I don't know if you have a good internet.
Probably not. Can you guys hear me now? Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Sarah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. I know it was the meeting was breaking up a little bit earlier, so maybe it's, let's see here. I can't hear them though.
City council is muted.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
Perfect. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know if that's me or.
It was us.
Okay, no worries. All right, let me get back my screen here. So we were on. Okay, we were on City of Bremerton Public Works. Okay, so hopefully I don't know when I cut off, but essentially with this particular site, if there is funding left over once the site is completed, at Public Works' discretion, they can use whatever funds are left to help go towards another site potentially. Okay, let me see here. All right, and then finally for CDBG, the PRC recommended $60,000 for the BEST program at Kitsap Community Resources. That's Business Education Support Training. Funding will support wage compensation for 2 class instructors, including 1 bilingual instructor, to deliver content in Spanish for the KCR's 8-week business course. Additionally, further support will be given to program graduates through monthly networking and support meetings and regular check-ins by program staff. And then in addition to the PRC's recommendations, we also asked council to review the recommendation from the county grant review committee for Bremerton home funding. So home dollars are administered by the county and they are specifically meant for affordable housing activities. The city has a consortium with Kitsap County for home funds and our share is about 29%. And so the county GRC has recommended about $114,000 for the down payment assistance program with community frameworks. The program will pair home funds with internal and lender partner funds to provide up to 20% down payment assistance and closing cost assistance to program qualified home buyers that are at or below 80% area median income with eligible homes in City of Bremerton. And this is a program that's been funded previously a few years ago by City Home Funds. And then lastly, because we work with estimates, we have to build in contingencies as a part of our our funding recommendations. And so the contingencies that the committee came up with here were that should the city receive more than what we're estimating, additional funds could go to the City of Bremerton Public Works Department. That was because their ask was more than what we were awarding. Not just because, but that's part of the reason. So up to their budget of $142,000. And then should we receive less, the amount awarded to the City of Bremerton Public Works Department would be decreased. And so again, just to recap what we're coming to council for their approval is the city standalone plan, so the 5-year plan for 2026 to 2030, and then the 2026 funding recommendations. And then I also wanted to add that the county has a comment period open through tomorrow at 4 p.m. But if folks are interested in learning more about the other local dollars that are available for addressing housing and homelessness, there's a QR code here, and that comment period again ends tomorrow for those funds that are listed there. And I'm available for questions.
I'm going to start with Jeff.
Yeah, let's recap. I like that. I like the use of the Bremerton B in that CDBG logo. So I just noticed that. That's great. No, I think just a kudos to Sarah for another really well-run program again this year. For an extra level of transparency with all the meeting minutes and the information out there, really stepping through it. And I think thanks to all the citizens who served on the CDBG board. I think as Sarah already said, it was kind of straightforward this year in a way. I mean, there was a lot of good questions and a lot of good interviews and due diligence. But what it came down to was for the for that boost program, so for the kind of private daycare, the company that's trying to increase the amount of daycares, there was still the desire that because they were funded last year, partially funded, and the committee last year really wanted to see the return on that money and how it worked, because the funds were so delayed that hasn't been seen yet. So essentially it was unfortunate to see the delay in federal funds, but the committee's recommendation stays the same, which is to not award more funds until we have seen the effect of the funds already awarded.
So just to clarify, did the WeBoost ever receive federal funding?
As of our
No.
meeting, there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead there.
Sorry, I apologize. So this year was an anomaly. This year,
I wonder why.
This year, we were waiting on updated language with our HUD contract, and so that had to go through, obviously there were some changes and updates, and that had to go through legal review. And essentially to protect the city and also protect our community partners, we didn't want to start the program year because technically they can incur costs, but we wanted to...
It's by reimbursement, right?
Correct, that's right.
And
yeah,
so all
they,
these other agencies have the capital to do their programs and to back them up, but this small organization did not. Is that kind of why is that why?
Also just advice from our legal department that we didn't want to give anybody the green light before we had a approved HUD contract for the city. So we are actually still waiting on our approved HUD contract. We sent that back in, I guess it would have been end of September is when it was finalized and signed. And so obviously with the government shutdown, and then every year in October, their finance office in Texas shuts down too. So we wanted to avoid giving anybody the green light to spend money before we had that HUD contract.
We got the injunction in August.
Right. So so we're talking about last year though, because the WeBoost applied for funds for last year. So explain to me what, again, they were not awarded funding last year, or they were
Last year, the committee recommended and the council approved awarding part of their request. So
right.
not the full amount asked for, but
give them a little seed money to start. So they started.
So I
They don't have enough
believe,
data.
Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, they never actually started anything in Bremerton yet because they haven't gotten
Correct. They can and they will once we have our HUD contract and we can actually begin contracting with our 2025 projects. So
we're
once,
in 2020.
Right.
Right. And so it's going to be a little bit of a weird timeline. Usually we would say your program year begins January 1. This year, just with again, the kind of the changes at the federal level and the language in the contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think and I'm sorry, I don't mean to beleaguer us. I know we're getting into the weeds, but I'll try not to. But just last year, I mean, this year, which is easier, last year's award, which is this year's fiscal year, they did not begin any operations using our money at all. I mean, even if the injunction came in August, I would think that they might have started earlier in the year.
So they had not done anything in Bremerton at the time that we were reviewing applications for CDBG.
Okay, okay, gotcha. Thank you. I understand. Oh, yes, sorry.
I was
Sarah.
just going to say that also the ability of a project to start, they have to have a green light from us. And so we haven't done that yet.
Got it.
Okay. Because we don't have our HUD contract.
Yeah, no, they're no fault of their own. They just.
But all the other projects from this year's.
Sarah, the question I think Jennifer has was the other project. Sorry.
We might lose you again. Hopefully we're not having a bad connection. But my question was all the other awards, the Boost program, the weatherization, the home fund, all of those things, those programs have continued this year, even though we didn't have the green light, or they have.
We haven't given anybody the green light to start. Whether weatherization or BEST decided to continue without, to incur costs, but we haven't given anybody the green light to start their program. And you guys are breaking up again. I'm so sorry. Andrea, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
You can hear me? Okay.
Mike Riley is the only thing that's keeping it up.
So you're kind of breaking up too.
So there seems to be a delay. I don't think the council's with us yet. On my end, I get dropped out of Zoom and then they pick me back up. So.
No. She looks like she's focusing on trying to hear us. Oh, good gracious.
We'll see us. I don't know what else.
Your internet
connection is
My fix is that.
I'm working on
Did something get unplugged?
I think we're
Is
back
everything
for now.
plugged in?
Sarah, give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. Okay.
I can hear you. I can't see you.
Okay.
Oh, now I can. Now I can. There you go.
Okay. So I think to sum up, because we care, the upwards program is brand new and they had not yet produced results, due to no fault of their own.
Correct.
The committee just didn't feel comfortable funding them with this year's funding process. Yeah.
Yes. And they will start their program year shortly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So encourage them to apply.
Very
for
delayed.
Next year's funds. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that said, then the committee, pretty much wanted to fully fund the Benedict House Shelter, KCR and BEST, and then recognize the good work of the curb ramps. Just it was lower priority, so that's why that's partially funded. Pretty straightforward here.
I do have a question about if they have leftover funding, they can do other sidewalks and curbs. Is there a prioritization for that? Is there a sidewalk prioritization plan that is going to be followed, or
there's a plan? They have a plan.
Okay. So would it go, is this the highest priority curbs, or is there a reason these were selected?
So they presented, it was 4 curbs total, correct, Sarah?
Correct. I think it was two locations for curb. Yeah. 4 curb ramps. Yeah. Each.
So they'll definitely be able to complete 2 of the curbs that are right across from each other so that they have continuous transit at one intersection. Then the following intersection, I believe the options are either to look in the rest of the city budget if there's room to fill in the gap to get that done, or to spend those funds on other curb cuts that would fit in the city.
So that seems kind of high. 142,000 for, I mean, you have to do the whole corner, right? So I know our crews have been able to do them for like well under 10,000 apiece. So were they supposed to like keep moving on to other locations?
It would help.
Are they?
We have the map of the proposed locations.
Fifth Hewitt is one, right?
Yeah.
Hewitt was the one that I saw, but I didn't see that one.
And that was the higher priority of the two. I believe the other one was Fourth and Hewitt. My memory's good enough.
But
But are they paving too? Are they doing? They must be doing something else that.
Yeah.
Okay. Other people have questions? I have some questions, but.
Yes.
Well, let me ask. Eric, oh, yes, you have questions?
I do.
Okay, Anna, please.
So, this just struck me, but there's a lot of CDBG funding that's going to, projects outside of Bremerton. I hadn't realized that we were funding things in Kitsap County. Am I reading this wrong?
All of our projects are located within the city. So is there a specific project you're looking at?
The Silverdale one.
Yeah, that's because we work together with the county.
Those are the county funding recommendations. Our home project is on that second page and it should be highlighted. So that's the only project that's being funded with city home dollars. So everything else is county funding, but I included the full recommendations so that you guys could see the other projects that are being
whole spectrum.
funded. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Jennifer, Michael,
I'm good.
Yeah.
Eric,
I
do
already
you have
asked
questions?
actually.
No.
I have a couple questions about where can people go and look and see each year, like how many houses are actually weatherized and how many people are served by the BEST program? Is that information available to the public?
Yes, we have, so every year we put out a annual progress report that gets posted on the city website around the end of March, and it goes out for a comment period, and so that has our numbers for the prior year. And so those actually are all posted on the city's federal grants page. So you could go right now and look on the federal grants page. If you go to prior year funding on the left-hand side on the drop down, all of our prior year documents, including our progress reports, are there.
Okay. So then my next question is about the home funding.
Mm-hmm.
You know, an average house seems to be at least 400,000 in Bremerton now, maybe more. And maybe it's just me, but it looks like a crash is coming, like we had in 2008. Is it worth the money for us to invest in a down payment for a house that may be worth half as much 5 years from now?
That's what the county grant review committee recommended. It's been I can't talk today. I'm sorry, guys. Successful program in the past. You know, obviously with the amount that's recommended, you're right. You know, it's not going to be 10 houses. It might be 2, it might be 3 that are assisted, but that's also, you know, 2 or 3 more people that are able to purchase a home in the city rather than trying, you know, having to go outside of the city to purchase a home. So we've had really good experience with community frameworks in the past. And so that's what the county committee recommended.
And so I understand you can't build new houses, but you can rehab or give people down payment assistance.
With CDB, well, so CDBG is rehab acquisition of housing, home funding, you can build new units, or you could do rehab, or you could do acquisition. So it's a little more flexible that way.
Yeah, I know community frameworks used to do a lot of rehab in Bremerton and then sell the homes at a reasonable price, but that's when you could buy a house for.
That's correct.
60,000, which
Yeah,
wasn't
and
really
so
that long.
that's been, my understanding is that that program has been more and more cost prohibitive, and that's why they haven't done as much rehab.
So you said something about 29%. So the city of Bremerton gets 29% of the HUD funding for the county?
Of the home funding dollars, yes. So 29% is that 114,000 that's estimated.
So is that 29,000 based on, 29%, I'm sorry, based on our AMI or on population?
That's a federal regulation. For an
It's
for
like-
an entitlement community as a part of our consortium, that's a regulation.
So what I guess I'm asking is, do we have to partner with the county, or would we get more money if we managed it on our own?
That's a larger conversation. We recently just re-upped our county consortium contract. And so that's a much larger conversation that would have to take place at another time, I think. Just because it's a long-standing partnership we've had with the county to that would require HUD consultation. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to do that right now with the government shutdown.
Yes, I understand that. And is that the same with the SIA funding too?
SIA funding, again, managed through Kitsap County. I know, I want to say is it Bainbridge Island and Paulsbo that have their own SIA funding, and then we receive a portion. Well, if there's a project in Bremerton, then we would benefit from those dollars. But again, that's separate from this discussion. So separate from the CDBG and home funding. SIA is another program that's administered through Kitsap County.
Okay. All right, those are my only questions. Anybody else have any additional questions?
No.
I do not.
Okay,
Big thank you to Sarah.
are we public hearing or general business? Wouldn't it have to be public hearing?
It's a public hearing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you, Sarah.
And then we take action on it afterwards, right, to approve it, to adopt the recommendations?
That's my understanding because she has to have it in by November 15th.
Right, Jeff?
It's,
Look at Jeff.
Yeah, I'm double
30-day
checking it.
comment period is all. Like this won't come before us until early November, isn't that right?
Yes.
The next meeting on November 5th.
Yeah, November 5th. Okay, welcome Director of Financial Services, Mike Riley, here to present items C2, C3, and C4.
General business, general business, general
Oh,
business.
yeah, we were.
I think people want,
All right, well, thank you. We've got, so to expedite, kind of what's in front of y'all, I have one PowerPoint that I'll pause, but before we transition to the next topic. So first thing we have is the property tax ordinance. Again, something we have to do every year. You get my screen, I'll share it with a couple of slides.
Right here. M&M.
Okay, so get right into it. Every year we have to pass the property tax ordinance and have that certified over to the county, certified by November 30th. The property tax ordinance allows us to levy about $9.5 million. So this year, a couple of highlights with property tax, the implicit price to play. We talk about that every year. Has to be above 1 if we're going to levy it, 1% cap. This year was at 2.44%. Assessed valuation going into 26, $6.3 billion. Dollars just over, 64.6. So your change in AV is just over 2.8 million, not significant change year over year. Estimated total levy limit for general is not just they're about $9.5 million. The estimated limit for EMS is about 3.25. New construction this year came in about 128,000 for the general, and then $43,000 for EMS. The change in tax, just to highlight, year over year, you'll see a percentage or a dollar amount. Based on what we collected last year with refunds, everything, there's a 0% increase and a $0 increase on property tax collection. Two things to note: our 2015 public safety bonds that's voted are paid off this year. So those that we will not levy that collection against the voters, that's been paid off. And then on the bottom, you'll see, sorry, I have a bunch of things on my screen. The 2010 public safety bonds, 20-year, we have a $900,000 debt service. Those will be matured at the end of 27. About after this year, we'll have $1.6 million outstanding.
Can you hold this?
Yes.
So our assessed valuation has gone up for 2026, but we're not going to get more taxes.
No, because what we collected last year with cancellations and refunds is slightly higher. So there'll be a little bit different dollar amount. The total collected is 9.4. When you pull up, the ordinance is interesting. It's a 0% $0 increase because of total collected last year. The new levy, it actually is less because you had canceled and some of the refunds. Just the way it calculates, there'll be a slight.
Who gets a refund? What's a refund?
So if people had the cancellations, refunds, prior paid taxes, people hadn't paid, they collect on those as well. Those come into the coffers and we receive those. So the actual dollar amount, what we received in 2025, is slightly higher than what the projected increase would be. So there is a dollar amount. There is a dollar amount associated, but what you'll see in the certification is 0%, $0. It's a little confusing.
So with this number, that's based on the valuation of all properties, right?
Yes.
So all properties, including nonprofits and people who don't pay property tax because of MFTE?
All property that's on the tax rolls. Only property that's on the tax roll comes in that. If it is not on the tax roll, it's not calculated, maybe.
Okay.
So no.
So those properties have taxes on their land value.
Yes.
So they would be included.
They would be, yes, the land value is there, the building would not.
Yeah.
So,
Some of them.
yes.
Wait, there's some that have no land value.
You have the 606 has no land
What?
value. It's in the
Yeah.
space.
It has no,
land value.
It's on top of our.
And Mariner Square Mariner Square has no land value either, does it?
They had no previous land value
Loopholes.
because the previous owner. Yeah. So.
Yes, previous zoning.
Putting those closer to you now.
And,
Okay.
yeah, thank you. So again, for the ordinance, we'll have the ordinance to say public hearing for next week. There is, it needs to be certified by November 30th for us to levy.
So if we don't certify this, you can't send us a tax bill?
We're gonna not collect 9.4 million.
Just curious.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. Is that on the table? Mike is like, oh God.
I have a lot of constituents that would like it.
I would like that. Okay, I'm sorry. We're just getting punchy now. Go ahead, Mike.
So are we good with this item? Ready to move to the next one?
So we've paid off public safety.
We paid off the 2015 bonds. It's I think a lot of people probably familiar that we just passed the 10-year bond. So that's paid off at the end of this year. And like I said, the next one will be paid off at the end of 27.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to C4.
Rates and fees general. Yes.
Okay.
Is the chicken fee staying the same?
No, this one's utility C4. So where are we?
Oh, no,
I'm
there's
sorry.
lots of.
No, I think it's in this,
Should be, if I'm in the right order, it should be the general rates and fees, but let me just double check.
No,
Is it still $5?
We will go through the schedule.
It's $5 a chicken?
No, $5 for a license per year. For our 5 chickens.
$12.50.
A bucket chicken.
It's what?
$12.50.
Settle down,
$12.50?
kids. Settle down.
Blocked out the chicken conversation from last year, but it's your.
Wait a minute.
So.
gone up this year.
So I did want to highlight in the slides here, this is in your agenda packet for the readers at home, page 288. If you want to find the packet, page 288, to be able to work through the rates and fees with the agenda bill. Again, we need to adopt these every year. These are the fees that we're able to charge for our services. What you see on the screen here is the table of contents for each department or service where we have fees. I'll just go ahead and stop sharing this slide for a minute and share the rates and fees. We can walk through those if you like. And we have a couple directors here that can kind of speak to their changes in rate fees. I would say most tables are left unchanged. Their Parks and Recreation have some adjustments that were left, did not have changes last year. Tim spoke to that last year coming in, not want to make any drastic changes. He's coming in, want to really assess. So you'll see some nominal changes there. Looking at cost of living increases and just rounding for clarity. And then Andrea just mentioned to me she can answer any questions in table C. We did have an update with their labor rate based on true labor. We calculated their loaded labor rate and adjusted that table as well. 1 second, share again. Gotta find the right one. All right. So you have this in your packet as well, but I just wanted to share it with all of you. So you can kind of walk through it on the screen up here. So
Changes.
what we're looking at is 2026 rates and fees. And start working through it. Go. So as Jennifer was mentioning, animal control fees, chickens are in there, but no proposed changes this year. We are looking at our contract with the Humane Society and some of the things we do, and you might see some changes in the new year. Just looking at different services and things they offer, but in the current table, there's no proposed changes.
When did it change to 1250? Wait a minute, where is what?
Yeah, it's 1250.
It was because I was advocating let's keep it the same way when we were talking about that last year.
Same dollar amount as last year. There's no change to the
Maybe I think, you know what, honestly, I probably wasn't trying to ruffle any feathers last year.
Oh,
because I was council president. Come on, yes, give me some props for that. Okay, thank you.
You were just joking.
It was too chicken to bring it up.
I'm gonna continue. I don't know if you'd like me to stop. I'm gonna scroll through.
Oh, really?
Bremerton our BCAT channel has no proposed changes right now.
Oh, sorry.
You
This is what you get.
So Michael,
I have a question.
are ones that change, are they in a different color or?
You'll see it actually has track changes. It'll be red when we get to, like I said, we'll get in community development. You'll see one change in here, the labor rate.
Okay, I finally found some.
Packet.
Wow, actually, there's some pretty.
Yeah, Gold Mountain Golf Club and Parks Department.
Yeah, I want to see what they're doing.
Changes.
Do you recall if BCAT changed their fees last year either?
I think we had a slight adjustment. I know the year before we did.
Okay.
And we're looking at cost of service and how they're delivering with the franchise fees and where that's navigating. So there's a couple not contract negotiations right now. So we left where we're at. Kind of with the renewals on their members, they pay 25 rates and then we get into 26 for new members. So it's kind of a year behind. But we are going to take a look at that. So.
What page is golf on?
Golf is on
31.
31. Oh, okay.
So if you look up here, we have
15.
couple changes. This is community development. Some things that are removed. And again, Andrea is available to speak on these if anybody has questions.
Not in 3.
I have a question. So single family residential type 2 used to be 350. What is it now? No, where do you see that? I see.
Well, I assume they're combined.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
if it's type 2 anything, it's 850.
Okay.
Do you want an explanation?
Yes, please.
Okay, just when you did permit streamlining, when you have passed the bills to rejigger what our permit types were for 5290, that state bill for permit streamlining, you actually got rid of conditional use permits for single family residential. So there's no such thing as a conditional use permit for single family residential anymore. So we just eliminated that fee. And
Okay,
then yeah. And then you can see this while I have you, the zoning code verification. We did a comparison with other jurisdictions within like-sized jurisdictions as well as across Kitsap, and that instead of an hourly rate, we proposed the 125 because it matches other jurisdictions.
That's
And
a flat.
it's just a flat fee of $125. And Mike, if you could scroll down, I just want to point out that the way the graphics look here, it makes it very confusing. And if you'd allow me to do a screen share, we just sent, while the meeting's been going on, I just want to show you graphically, when it came from Word into the council packet, the translation of the formatting just looks a little funny. And I just like to share that so you understand what our intentions are here. So let me just pop this open if I can find the right screen here. Hopefully I've got the right thing. Okay, tell me when you can see it.
We can see it.
Okay, so you can see this is, Garrett did a quick update to it and sent it to council staff because basically all the rates and fees that you see in our tables, it used to be we just applied this technology surcharge to just a couple of permit types. Every single permit that we have comes through the permitting system. The cost of the software for our permitting system, we're just putting it across the board for everything. It's getting more and more expensive every year, and the intention was to get enough money back to the city to pay for our permitting system. So the intention is to apply it to all of our rates and fees. So we got rid of this asterisk. So you're going to see asterisks throughout of all of our rates and fees. We're just getting rid of that, and it's basically 5% of the established permit fee. So that's when you see established, it should be on the right-hand side, and it isn't currently in the packet. But Garrett worked on a graphic update, so it looks a little bit cleaner in your council packet, and we'll get that in before next, when you act on this in November.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then Mike updated our hourly rate, which is what he just used his financial magic. So thank you, Mike.
You're welcome. All right, share again. All right. Yeah.
So I'm looking at page 11, a grading plan review fee. So somebody can really review a plan for 101 to 1,000 cubic yards for $37.
Page 11 of.
Page 11 of the rates.
This page here. Is it before?
Yeah.
Other inspections and fees, yada, yada. Reading permit fees. That's really impressive.
I mean, are we recovering our costs or even close to it with fees that low?
I'd have to defer.
Andre, can you hear?
What the workload is here.
Usually the grading plan fees come with other permit types. So it's like a rider that adds on. I can get clarity about that if you like. Most of these fees that are in these tables point back to other building development costs. So that could be part of that. And we haven't changed these particular fees in a very long time. So yeah, it could be. Usually what I see with these is that they're add-ons to other things that we're doing, not just a standalone.
Okay.
Jane.
Anna, yeah.
Sorry, had you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. So I also would like, I hadn't caught that. Thank you for catching it. But I'm thinking 2774 Marine that had a grading permit where they just took, it appeared to be over 3.5 feet of soil and gravel and this and that, and just piled it up. So in trying to get the land to perk because it's on septic. And so for $37, I don't know that was a standalone grading. You remember this, Andrea? It's study session. I can call you Andrea. Right? That was all they did. It was just grading. And for $37, I don't know that,
Was there a septic permit that it was?
no, they were just trying to get it up high enough so that it could perk before they could apply for a septic permit. You know the property I'm talking about, yes, Andre?
I know the site that you're talking about. We can just pull a couple. I think it's easier to give you a couple of examples of how this
Great.
works in real life on a site. I think which is what your real question is. Show me a couple examples, and I can just put that together in email for you. Just grab a couple about how this one really works in the real world.
Thank you, that would be
That'd be
really
great.
great.
Okay, we'll do.
I have another question, Mike. Sure. The check handling fee is $40, but are you charged for credit and debit card fees?
It depends. So, community development, yes. So those fees are turned out to the users if they're paying with a credit card to apply for a permit, for utility permits. Those are charged to the user. Utility billing, if you're paying a utility bill, no, those are forward within the city.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And that counter required to maintain a low rate to take those not out as well. So outside of utility billing, there's an external charge. We chase back out to customers. During COVID, we actually internalized some fees and we changed that this last year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm just gonna keep scrolling through. Yes.
Yeah, so I've just got a couple of questions. One is water meter tampering on page, not giving the page number, that's nice. Page 4 of 8. Yeah. Which is page 331 in the packet.
That in this rate and fee schedule? Or is that in the utilities rate and fee schedule?
Oh, it is not in utilities.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to me. There we go.
All right.
So on page 13, if my house catches on fire, you're gonna charge me with a crew of 2, like a small fire, $155 an hour? Okay, well, so what are those? What are those fees?
Those fees are if we have to, fire watch or stand by for something
Okay,
that's required. You're not doing the bill.
house
Some
catches on fire.
jurisdictions do send their taxpayer bill.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, well, I'm gonna keep going from table E then, moving forward to fire. If you guys see anything else on fire, let me know. Moving on to Gold Mountain Golf Course.
Yeah, here we go.
Gold Mountain Golf Course, again, adjusting rates based on market conditions. You see slight adjustments for, depending on what type of service it is.
It's,
Say what?
so it's still incredibly low based on other golf courses in the area.
Still extremely competitive, yes.
But how is that helpful to us? I mean, they wanna upgrade their irrigation, they wanna do a lot of things out there. And it'd be nice if the golf course was paying more of their own way.
So golf course pays 100% their own way. There's no general fund, no subsidized dollars going to the golf course. So that's been going on for a long time.
But didn't we bond it that we had to pay for the bond?
Yes, bond,
The residents.
and they're servicing the debt.
They are now, but were they always?
Again, for a long time, and then there was a couple years it got really close, and the contract actually stated they would cover the debt in that agreement. That was over 10 years ago. So they continue to make that debt service. That debt service will be paid off. Yes, if you're talking about that one. Speaking for the golf course, and Tim's here as well. For the conversation, I think we talked before is maximizing the fee sheet, maximizing rounds, where that price point to get the more rounds played to dollars. Where's that sweet spot? They're the industry experts in that. I will tell you their tee sheets are full. The golf course gets a significant amount of rounds played on it. So this is their analysis to where they think the rate should be. So, Tim, you have anything to add?
Yes, she does.
Just only during the peak season, we run 500 to 600 rounds a day, and we also have a dynamic pricing structure out there too to try to incentivize when times are slow, and those that go during the busier times when people want to go out, the rates are a little higher during those times. well. So some additional funding does come in through that additional rate structure.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're not going to be asking for money to upgrade their irrigation or any of the other changes?
Cascade course project that's going on right now, and we're gonna be discussing a potential, not necessarily a fast track process, but trying to look at, getting that course completed quicker, be less expensive than kind of doing our 5 to 7 year initial plan. But as far as things are concerned right now, all the funding for that project is coming from their reserve.
Okay,
Capital budget.
all right, thank you.
So, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So do you think that once we have a really fresh, revitalized course, is that a time that you might look at kicking up the rates a little bit on like maybe, maybe the course?
I think our rate increases on Cascade were less than on Olympic because Cascade is where construction's occurring right now.
Okay.
The entire course is open. They just only had the have a few minor shutdowns. But yeah, it's something where we could revisit Cascade for sure at that point.
Is there any thought of upping the prices even a little bit more, at least next year, so that it could help fund other parks in the system?
So I think our long-term plan is once the debt service is paid off, that's gonna benefit the Parks Department in general for capital projects. Absolutely. We're also looking at a few different pricing structures, right now moving forward, which could go into effect.
And how much longer till that debt?
2028.
2028?
Yeah, that's right around the corner.
Okay, all right, thank
And then
you.
they're really gonna be starting to make some good money.
Can we, if Gold Mountain raises their fees, can that money be allocated to other parks? Doesn't what happened on Gold Mountain stay at Gold Mountain?
So Gold Mountain sustains itself like we just talked here, but any excess, we actually sweep money last year from the reserve, from Gold Mountain Reserve into the Parks Capital Fund. So, we were able to benefit $500,000 into the Parks Capital Fund this year.
So for capital, but not
For capital,
operations.
not operation. Correct.
Okay. I have never mind. I lost the ability to speak rationally, but I do have a question about the reservation fees for parks when we get to it.
All right, we're close. So,
I know.
On to Ivy Green Cemetery, you'll see some again, Jeff, the rate.
Shotgun
Didn't take a 3D dive into, to look at each of these. There was no increase last year. So I'll, scroll through this. If you have a question, Tim's here to answer.
I got a question. So the Haddon Park shelter,
Oh, we're gonna, are you,
Wait,
down Ivy Green?
Can we talk about Ivy Green first?
sorry.
Help me.
Oh, can we just make
This-
the infant free? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we shouldn't be charging for infants. Has there been any thought to changing so that we can have more green burials there, even if you charge more money? And to be.
Yeah, this last year was really pros driven.
Mm-hmm.
And then just trying to, or not orient myself, but orient a lot of my staff who's all new. I've gone through the master plan process previously for another cemetery,
Mm-hmm.
that was about twice this size. And there are some things I'd love to see us incorporate, not only in our marketing, but in what our burial options are there. We don't take advantage of columbariums, which is a huge market right now. To be able to have that, scattering gardens and green burials are other options too that are very popular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there any way that we could adjust things so that we didn't have to charge people for an infant burial?
Yeah, the market is all over the place on that. A lot of places don't charge for those. It's just kind of a policy decision, what we want to do. We don't have a lot of infant
Right.
burials.
I'd rather not say adult and infant also. If it's gonna be the same price, just call it a plot or spot. Or
If they're
Well,
the
they
same
come-
price.
The variation.
Yeah.
There's a
The
variation.
infant one
price.
is infant and not in the infant section, Michael. Then there's
I see.
actually an infant as well below it, and there's probably a way to change
What
that.
I'm curious about it, I mean, it looking at other, I mean, what's the market research on it too? What are other places in Bremerton
Yeah,
doing?
I think here in town, I think there's an appetite if that's something that wants to be removed, the council has the ability to eliminate that. So.
Maybe we can talk about that in a later study session, Michael.
Are we doing cremation?
Just one other
Or we
comment, since,
contract that out?
since we do
Oh, we
the,
must contract.
since we have
We
our
don't do
own,
it, not for that shape.
internal burial service, so we're not paying a third party to come in and perform the burial. I think we have a little more leeway to, in some of these.
You don't do cremations here, do you?
Those
Because
are-
that's
You can
really,
do them on a plot.
you can what?
You could, in one of our plots, you can have cremations. In a plot.
You don't do it
If you have
here.
The actual cremation or the
Container.
placing of the cremated remains?
The placing of the cremated remains can go in a
Yeah.
standard plot.
Okay,
So-
yeah, because I paid a lot more for people.
When
to
I
be
see
cremated.
opening and closing, what does that mean?
That's, for digging, essentially.
And burying,
Okay,
A casket is bigger than a urn,
yeah, much.
okay,
so.
this is,
Why, yeah, and and an infant casket is smaller than an adult casket. Oh, good gracious.
okay, let's,
I have a couple questions real quick. Are there rules for who can be in the Ivy Green? How do you, I mean,
We could be in that, there's a rule, a limitation, but it can only be buried.
There's no limitations, just on certain sections.
like for veterans?
So like the veteran section, a pet area is something also that is increasing in popularity.
A pet cemetery,
Yeah.
essentially. It's funny, not funny. It's Halloween, so.
Yeah, but there's
It's called
no,
my
yeah, someone
yard.
from in the city, outside the city, anyone can be buried.
I don't know.
I have some puns, but I'm gonna just pass.
I would consider, if anybody has consideration on what we talked about, if you want, to email Tim, and we can look.
Yes.
Where do we bury our indigent?
I've been to the burials. They're over at, Forest Lawn.
In
Well, the
Forest
last one
Lawn?
was, but before that, it was up in Kid.
Yeah, but they're gonna do them all at Forest
They're all
Lawn
at
now
Forest
because
Lawn.
somebody
Somebody
donated a
has
bench.
donated.
They donated a bench in the coroner's office.
Because the coroner, like, finally tracked them down.
Yeah, they spent a lot of,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so that's a cremation. That's something that
Yes.
we don't have like a spreading area at Ivy Green, scattering area.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Well, that would be, I just am thinking like long range. Wouldn't it be nice to have?
all right,
All right. Thank you. Sorry, Michael. Michael
Okay.
wants to move along and I understand.
I want to move along for you.
I'm fine. I have a therapist. I can move along easily on things.
Okay.
Let's go to the next change.
Somebody really rents a room there 35 times a year at the conference center? Is that common?
Have to ask them. We have had, clubs or organizations that have a routine rental, weekly or bi-weekly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not like it's
Many.
often, but it
Yeah.
does happen.
Okay.
All right, so Parks and Recreation, so, and you'll see some, I think, Anna has some questions on shelter.
I did. The Haddon Park shelter is $48. Is that full fee still gonna be charged? Even if the tables don't have tops?
When the last time you were there?
Did the tables have tops now?
Oh, yeah.
Good, okay then.
That's like, maybe a day or two ago.
Oh,
All right.
Your question.
Yeah, so the blue furniture is gone and the green, tables are there.
I'm very happy to hear that. Okay,
Wait, what kind of furniture?
there's a new shelter at Haddon Park and the tables were already, except for that one little part at the top.
No
Hadn't
table.
come. Yeah. That's it. I'm all done, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay.
Again, other changes here, if you have questions, let me know. Gonna keep moving through.
What is the chicken food?
Way up top, you missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
$12.50.
I'd like to propose that we move it back to $5.
No.
We cannot be making that much money on chickens.
Probably half the people don't even get the permit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, 50 is the chicken scratch.
Okay, you know what? It sounds like I don't have
You don't
the
have.
money end of the group, but I want public record to show that I
It's not going to.
advocated for a lower chicken fee.
All right, you're on record, Jennifer. Next.
So on table L, police department, you'll see a couple changes here. Let's go through some elimination. Nothing too substantive.
Can I ask about taxi cabs? Okay, when I drove Lyft, I had to get like a certificate, with the state, but the city did not require that when I drove Lyft. I had a business license, but I looped everything into my sole. I could put all the things into it. So people who drive Lyft are excluded from this additional certificate with the city. So, but people who drive a taxi cab have to get a certificate with the city and the state.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just putting that out there.
That's not fair to taxi companies.
I mean,
The reason I only take taxis.
you take taxis because because they pay the $30 certificate?
No, because they've gone to the trouble not once but twice to like get registered.
Well, there's a lot of things you gotta do for Lyft. You also have, anyway, I'm just saying that's something that we could look into for additional revenue that I wouldn't be opposed to. Anyway. Okay.
Public record fees, I know they made a bunch of changes, I think 2 years ago. So, nothing within the code that in the law that, required. Nothing in the code law that required any updates. Okay, and then let's see. Public works and utilities right away, we have, again, one hourly adjustment based on labor rates. That thing here.
Banner fee.
That seems like a lot.
What seems
The
like a
banner.
lot?
The banner fee.
Tell us about that.
Yeah.
I assume that's for the over the street banners. But I used to run that program on Bainbridge and we had volunteers do it. So.
Are they shimmy up the poles? How do they do it?
Yeah, they know some guy had a bucket truck.
Some guy.
Yeah, swear to God.
Feel like.
Different world. But so that's up and down.
Yeah.
Why, can we talk about why it's like, just tell us so we don't know. Why it's so expensive.
Or why it went up so much.
Takes a truck, a lift truck, a bucket truck, takes traffic control with sign. So it takes a crew of about 2 at least to install a banner and pull it across the street and then do the same thing back down. So we're talking probably a couple hours.
So we're charging everybody, right? Okay.
And we have 2 places, one on Callow and one on Pacific.
Is there not one on 4th anymore or Quincy Square?
Oh.
There's lights.
It was taken down during the project and asked about that before we have to all of the stuff.
Get rid of the mailbox too.
But
Oh.
that's the federal government. You have to talk to.
It's still on their website. It's just not on the street.
Oh, well, they might not have brought it back.
I talked to Katie today.
816.
Scrolling through nothing else. No other changes throughout the rest of the document.
You have a miss. There, scroll back up, there might be, yeah, is there a misspelling there? What,
Up or down?
it had the red line underneath it. And just, I don't know
Let's
what
just
up or
change
down
that
means
vehicle
to
tab
you.
to 40 and see if anyone notices.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, no, thank you. I'll make sure people notice. Right there, stop, pause.
Because VEH.
What does that mean? Vehicle. Thank you. Okay, apologies.
Stop there.
So can you tell me why a dumpster fee is so expensive?
For parking, like in a parking lot, parking spot?
Yeah.
Dumpster fee,
Yeah. I mean, because you're not supplying the dumpster, right? That's a fee to have it parked there, correct? Or are you supplying the dumpster for that place?
I think the dumpster always provided
Waste
by waste management.
Right.
We don't do the actual work. Might require a right of way permit or something to that effect.
Yeah, $345.
And with ancillary charges.
We don't want people to be too loose with parking dumpsters everywhere.
So that's not money that goes to you. The $345 for a dumpster.
No, that's a
Oh, yeah, and
permit.
that's underneath, right, like you said, it's underneath
Yeah.
right away. So if somebody needs to put it on the street.
Right. Which I would
But
think it's
Waste management puts it on the street. They
Right.
don't.
We're giving up a parking spot, we're impeding other neighbors to be able
And
to
it's
park there.
probably prohibitive in the sense that you don't want the dumpster to be there forever.
Yeah, but I mean, you're already paying minimum $1,200 to rent a dumpster for a while. Okay. We
Well,
can move
An
on.
individual doesn't pay a construction site.
Well, this could be for individuals as well.
No, individuals, no charge.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm looking at you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, so, that's all for rates, that's all for general rates and fees, so, assuming, I don't know if you want that on consent or general.
People are gonna talk about it. I think it should be a.
Especially about the
Oh,
chicken part.
I will say,
Eric, I'm sorry. Did you have any questions?
No,
We're gonna
but it's been an enlightening conversation to listen to.
Yeah, which was your favorite part, Eric?
The chicken.
Well, I don't know. It's either, well, the chickens, but actually, first of all, the cost of $12.50, that's chicken feed, Jennifer. That's no big deal. And then actually, it was kind of morbid, the whole burial thing. I wish that would have gone a little quicker. So anyway,
Oh,
So that
All
was
good.
not part of the lightning part.
it's all good.
okay, so these are on general business.
presentation wise, I'm, not planning to scroll through it slowly in general business. We'll have it available so they can, I think council can take comment. And, you know, you can respond, but I'm gonna have a formal presentation for rates and fees, if that's okay.
Well, I'm sure everybody who's interested has been spellbound watching this discussion. You're right.
All right, if you're ready to move on to the next one, which is rates and fees for utilities.
Yes.
Here. So again, for those watching at home, starts on agenda packet page 325. Dive right in. So it's a summary, just what you're gonna see through here, and we'll go through it as well. You're gonna see a side-by-side approach in your packet with last year's fees to this year's fees. We'll get to the big ones, which are your utility rates, your water, your wastewater, your stormwater. We're able to normalize those at 3% increase. We talked about last year, year before, year before, year before. We have a 6-year rate model that predicts out 6 years to try to smooth out the rate increases. It's a cost of service base. So what the cost of the services for the utilities, we recover the revenue to support the utility. So again, able to maintain those at 3%. I'm going to skip a couple slides and come back to this one just because this is more pertinent. We do the comparative analysis to our neighbors every year. We continue to be the lowest rates in the region. You can see here even with our proposed change in 26 and looking at others 25s, we're significantly below our neighbors when it comes to utility rates.
And these are pre-tax. Are these pre-tax or is the tax included?
That is the dollar you pay on an average homeowner for consumption.
Wow, I'm actually below.
Yeah, significantly below.
No, I mean, my house is below.
Oh, nice. I think the model's based on, it says there, yeah, 600 cubic feet is your average, what the analysis is based on, your average user. So if you're using less than 600 cubic feet.
So can we talk about the rates, Exhibit A?
Yeah, so I'm coming back to the other slide. As we go through the rates, the GFCs are based off the CCI index. It's a 5-year average at 3.86. That is codified. That's how those are set. And then other charges are based on actual time and materials. So we go line by line by line. And all with our utility services, our outside utility customers, they're charged at 1.5 times the resident rate. You see that in the model.
Really, because it's not clear on the page. It says inside, outside city limits.
Yes, so there's an inside side and then the outside will be to the right. I'll walk through it. I'll put that up here. We'll go through each one. Let me stop sharing this slide deck. So on the first page, this right here, it's not going to make sense because it carries down below. So GFCs, there's not inside outside. These are general facility charges. As we scroll down, the inside outside will make sense. So these are GFCs at first, as we spoke. These are tied to CCI. It's codified what the increases are. So I'll just kind of move through these. There's not much discussion unless we change the code.
So
there's not an inside limit or outside limit for GFCs.
Even though our people are having to travel outside to do these hookups.
These would be, these are homes being constructed that are Bremerton residences that would pay for the service. So there's not an inside outside for GFCs, I believe.
But these houses that will be paying 150%
of the utility, yes. Yes, they will pay of the utility, yes.
Chance is gonna
themselves for 150% of whatever the base is. Well, when it comes to GFCs, it's a flat rate.
Okay.
Yep.
Based on the service size.
So when they pay for the service as well, they'll see the 100%.
This gets back into the whole concept of the water service area versus city limits. They're two different things.
Right.
So that's why there's no GFC associated with that.
Okay. So let's now scroll through. Here's where you'll see in connection fees. You have inside and outside.
Okay.
So now we start working through meter size. These are actual time and materials. I'm going to scroll reasonably quickly through it and stop me if you want to talk about each thing. But again, these are just, each one of these get looked at, looking at actual time materials, and again, or based on an index or based on a rate model. We got wet tapping. I don't have much to say, so stop me if you'd like.
Water meter tampering.
Let's see, where was that at? Did you see that going through, or you're ahead of me?
The page started at county road permit, so it might be further down. Under miscellaneous fees and charges, 405. There we go. Keep going.
Tampering.
Yeah, so this actually happened in my district. A water meter was tampered with, and the way it was tampered with, it was just turned off as a harassment thing on East Vinny Bay Drive there. So is this a common thing?
Yes.
Or is, okay,
Yeah,
so
so we
can't we raise the heck out of this and put a big notice on every water meter that it's there?
So how we manage this, I say, so that's a pretty significant charge already. The tampering fee of the county is more. Our outside fee is significant. Tampering happens from all the way from a lock being cut to something being damaged. We have the ability, if a lock's cut, to waive that fee. When something is damaged and there's considerable time and effort, that's when that fee gets assessed. And every time it's tampered, we can additionally add.
A lock when we lock somebody out because of.
Because they haven't paid.
Yeah,
And they
okay.
cut that lock or mess with any part of the meter.
In the case where somebody's harassing a neighbor, unless that would become a police issue if they could even catch them.
So, we look at this because these will stack up, because we'll have multiple tampers. So you can imagine how fast if we assess that fee 3 times to try to get that kind of out of arrears, it can become pretty drastic. So I have the authority in our office to adjust that fee based on what the tamper was.
So you can assess that fee like every 24 hours. for
Every
example?
time they tamper with the meter, every
Okay.
time we go out and have to replace a lock, pull a meter, lock and pull.
Does it give you any leeway to reduce it to help
Yes.
clear it and get
Yes.
it back to
Yeah,
normal?
I have administrative authority to just the fee. This is the max we can charge, right? So, and we do that. We work with a lot of customers on
Per
per
tamper.
occurrence, per tamper.
Let me get this straight.
So.
They cut the lock so they can get more water.
Mhm.
I bet you forgive them for it.
It depends on the circumstance. It's all circumstance driven.
You know, to clear the account or things like that, you know.
I think that's very nice. I like it. Okay.
But we have ones that are completely destroyed, that are damaged, that are ripped out. We get jumpers that are put in, so the meter's not existing, we'll pull a meter. So chances team will go out, pull a meter, and they'll put a jumper in, they'll use Coke bottles. Anything to get the water over.
And then in that case, is there a fee for a brand new meter?
There is.
And that gets the remote control option.
That does. And then there's ability for the crews to go out and actually cut the line back and cap the line. We do not like to do that, and I don't know the last time we've done that. It's been a minute. So that's pretty extreme. That's when we're seeing $7,000 to $10,000 of abuse.
Yeah.
So we're typically will do that because also sometimes there'll be a leak, massive leak that doesn't get addressed, and we're the commodities.
The next step is you just go in and take their sinks.
So,
Take their snack.
Sinks.
Oh, thanks.
so I get a question about the customer request for a turn on.
Yes.
I get the 98, but is it really 3 times as expensive to go after hours to turn somebody's water back on?
Rule, they can 3 hour callback.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Stole my words, chance. So.
What would
I was staring at him.
We have a minimum 3 hour callback. If somebody's called back that's on call, they have to go do this. There's a minimum in the union contract, they get a minimum.
Yeah, so that's why it's so. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, geez.
So into the utility, the rates, as we spoke, these are set by a model, and each of the different utilities have a 3% increase.
Hey, hold on. Can you go back to that low income senior
Yes,
pricing?
40% discount.
And what is the low income now? Do you know?
I'd have to look at what we're using. It's pretty, the dollars are reasonably high compared to like
45,
housing.
48, around there.
I'd have to look. Yeah, I don't have the answer. I can get that for you though.
Okay, yeah, that's something I want to advertise.
Yep. And so one thing with a low income discount, this used to only be through KCR. They would provide a voucher and then
It's at the bottom. It's 40.
Yeah, we have 40%, which is a discount.
Oh.
I didn't know if you're asking.
40,000.
Oh, yeah, the dollar.
Yeah, it's just a couple pages down.
Oh, okay.
It's literally at the very last.
Thank you. We changed to actually allow people to come to our counter or
Mhm.
contact us and apply to us directly to
Okay,
get more enrollment in the program.
okay,
And you
good.
get an associated discount with waste management, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Through KCR,
What?
we work through KCR, but we'll send them.
A waste management, you have to go to KCR, but
No,
KCR
it just-
informs
it's
them,
automatic.
that they automatically do it, working through us. We contact, have them work. So
okay.
Why do you have lines through deposit when they're the same numbers you? Same with the.
Oh, the ones that don't change?
Yeah,
Just crossing out last year to this year.
okay, but I didn't think you were, okay, all right.
Yeah, because all the
Gotcha.
ones that are crossed out are last year's numbers, so you can see them, and then whatever they change to, which might
Okay.
have an increase. Okay. We did look at all of our, camper fees, we looked at our door knockers, make sure those were reasonable.
Ah, here we go.
Oh.
Gold Mountain,
Yes,
why are we charging single family residences, $2.54 and charging Gold Mountain $1.73? Can we raise that rate?
it's a negotiated rate. It's a negotiated rate with the golf course, just like with the Navy. It's based on consumption, usage, cost of service.
So does that mean no?
It's just how the model will fall out. So,
Like, so could we raise it?
yeah, the answer is yes. Just the model will drive what their rate suggestion is, because again, it's a cost of service recovery. So their cost of service is how, just like when we negotiate the Navy contract, we can't just give them a rate to pay. It has to be based on recovery of the cost of service. So their proportionate share of the cost of service is all built in the model. And that's how that original contract was built. And then they just go up with the rates as we establish, the same as the Navy.
So yes
When we
or no?
renegotiate that contract, there's an agreement when that contract is up. And so
we could.
Tammy was here, she negotiates that contract and with Tim and Paul. So when that's up, then that's the time to take a look at it, but it's again based on the cost of service model.
So you're proposing to raise the rates, but we can't raise the rates any further.
You cannot, the contract says the rate will increase as what the rate to our.
The
consumers.
CCI.
It goes by the 3% in our model, just
Okay.
with our consumer rates.
When
Just
does
like the
that-
Navy contract does.
When
as well.
does the contract come?
I'd have to pull it, I don't have it.
Jim, do you happen to know?
I can't.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Tammy would have it, but I think
Okay,
she's.
hold on.
She's probably.
She's hanging tough.
Do you know when the golf, water contract for golf, when the next renewal for that is? Our agreement with them or?
So it's a 10-year agreement, and if I'm not mistaken, it was 3 years-ish ago. that
We did. We had a discussion when their contract came out. Not a deep enough discussion, I don't think. We were all new.
Yeah.
We were all new, weren't we? Yeah, the three of
Five
us
of
were.
us.
Yeah, 5 of us.
But Michael, why didn't you bring it up?
I wanted to reduce it. It goes right back into the ground there.
And grass is the very best vegetation to purify water and create a watershed.
That's what I.
And just scroll through the rest again, any questions, the packet, the packet's there for you. I don't have anything else really to present, within the rates. It's on fixed rates, it's on cost of delivery, so.
Eric, do you have any questions?
No, I was listening. I was trying to find my unmute button. No, I don't have.
Okay. All right.
I'll stop sharing.
So it looks like general business.
Same thing with
Yep.
these. I'll show the graphics that we have. For this one, I will show the graphics for the surrounding jurisdictions, what our rates look like from our residents. And then, some of the highlights and the stuff like that. What the next debate on. That'll be our presentation.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Council will now meet for 15 minutes to consider matters affecting national security as allowed under RCW 42.30.110, and no action is anticipated.
Have a good night.
No, we got that.
I do. We're recording now. We should be recording. Wait, hold on.
No. Hello, council will now meet for 30 minutes to discuss a complaint brought against a public officer as allowed under RCW 4230110, and no action is anticipated. So we'll be back in session at 9:25.
Michael, all right.
Okay, we are
Maybe we should have.
live to the public now.
Okay, now we're going to our general council business section. And I will be giving the Public Works Committee briefing.
Let's get some light. There we go. Thank you.
All right, so our first presenter was Matt Donleycott, who talked tonight about the emergency mass communication system install. Sean Walsh came and gave us the briefing on the utility land management plan update that we talked about tonight. I don't know if you all recall, but there was a construction loan that was getting ready to expire for our Manette Sewer Beach project, and Department of Ecology has renewed that at a really good rate. It's like 2% loan for 20 years or something. It's like what a mortgage used to be.
You make Erica pay the list.
Oh, how do I do that?
Attendees, then I think you can promote.
He's
Oh, you
not there.
you have to look at, right here, attendees. Then, well,
I'm sorry, Eric. I went through most of the,
absolute power.
yeah.
No
And
worries.
then one of the last things we talked about was the traffic calming policy schedule. We still don't have a draft. Staff had worked on it, and then they had proposed showing it to us at our next meeting and having the mayor sign the policy 2 days later. And I objected to that because I thought the traffic calming policy should come to council. You know, it's a pretty important policy.
Successfully.
Yes,
We're gonna
because
see.
then I talked with our city attorney and she agreed, and I had spoken with our acting public works director and he also agreed. I had to leave the meeting a couple minutes early, so Jeff stayed on, or were there any other important issues brought up?
Just to clarify, it sounds like Warren Bridge, they'll have 30% design, just 12 and 5. That'd be clarified, folks. God, I can't remember. I don't want to misstate it, but it sounded like roughly within the next couple weeks to a month.
Okay, so we might hear about it at our next meeting.
Soon, yeah, 30%.
So where we're at with funding on it?
That one, so they resolved the legislature error. Well, not resolved it, but
Okay.
it sounds like the legislature is transferring some of the construction money to cover the design part, and then to pay back. So
Okay.
essentially, it's all good except a couple of weeks we lost.
Yeah, we lost 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you cover Elmira safe routes?
Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry. So, the View Ridge Elementary Safe Routes to School project, because our plan was, I think 60% completed before we knew that they were moving the school to another location. So the staff eliminated 2 of the side streets that no longer lead to the school.
Oh,
And then, sorry, because it's a safe routes to school. And then, the last 200 feet of the widened sidewalk are actually on school district private property. So what our staff has proposed to do is that last 200 feet, they're gonna add it as a, alternative additive. So if the bids come in low enough, which they think they will, then Public Works will pay for the sidewalk, and if not, it'll be negotiated between the school district and Public Works paying for that last couple hundred feet.
where is Armiger going?
It's not Armanjar, it's View Ridge.
Thank you, apologies.
It's okay. And I think that's it.
Yeah.
So next up, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee briefing, please.
Well, we are going to deliberate, we're gonna do interviews November 12th and 18th, and final deliberations, I scheduled up for December 9th, which means we'll be able to bring it to a December 10th study session. So hopefully we'll have our recommendations done. This group works really well together. So basically, there's been some questions that Christine put together to send back to the applicants. And so those applicants will get the questions from the committee members that she's compiled, so that they can be prepared to their interviews to answer those questions. For some of them, we'll have a lot more information that they need to provide. But I think we have a good team and we're gonna work well together, get it done. That's it.
So are all the applicants, have they all applied before? Or are some of them new applicants?
We have some new applicants. Yes, I don't feel comfortable talking about everything right now because we do have some applicants in the room or associated that could be conflicts of interest.
Okay.
But they know who they are. And if we had any follow-up questions, they'll be receiving.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bag is just.
Right there.
Okay, sorry, I'm listening.
Okay.
A lot of the same. And so I did make sure to share the RCW and then our ordinance for next year with them. So they do have that. I mean, they already did. It was just re-shared. So reshared.
Okay, anybody attend any regional or other committee board briefings?
Kids Up Transit, I told you guys most of the safe park stuff, and the only other really thing that happened is some kids managed to vandalize the fast ferry and the like 2 different boats. They managed to clamber over the gate and untie the boats. One completely untied and drifted off, and fortunately just
One of the fast ferries?
2 of the fast ferries.
Wow.
Yeah. Whoever's got a hunting horn.
It's my phone. I
Okay.
have it on as
There you go.
low
It's
a
just-
volume as I can.
Anyhow, that was pretty much what happened, except I was glad that so many people supported the safe parking thing.
That was good.
Yeah. it was good.
Anybody else?
Fire pension is solvent and boring, and the, luckily KRCC Transportation Policy Board was canceled for October.
Is there any other general council business?
Yeah.
You got 2 minutes, go.
Yes. I'm gonna repeat what I said 2 weeks ago, which is that people who are trying to get stuff done are going to mess up. And really the only way to never mess up is to just sit perfectly still and agree to what everybody else says or say nothing. I'm not saying that anybody here does that. I'm just saying in general, I'm up for human behavior. That's the only way to avoid. Yeah. So we're gonna mess up if we're trying to get something done. That's it. I said it 2 weeks ago and I say it again. Amalda?
I have a quick thing. In light of everything, I just want to just kind of check in with the group. I know it doesn't feel like it sometimes to folks, but do we need any additional security in any of our meetings? I know you don't feel like it, but look, I don't know. And I know we got some tough cookies in this room. I'm coming at it from something like
Jennifer, I'm addressing that next council meeting. I think you'll see something different. So
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Are you gonna give me a sneak peek about what that's gonna be looking like?
it's going to address your concerns.
Okay, there'll be additional security.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, reminder, there will be a PSRC Regional Transportation Planning Community Meeting on Thursday, October 30th, 5 p.m. at the Marvin Williams Center. Anna has expressed interest so far. Is there anybody else who's interested in attending?
I think it's on my calendar. So.
Okay, so just make sure you let Ann know so she has to publish a notice of quorum.
Okay.
And then a reminder that KRCC legislative reception is on Thursday, November 13th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Kids Up Golf and Country Club. This is a final opportunity to provide your RSVP to council staff. Are there any council members planning on attending? November
13th.
November 13th, we have a budget meeting earlier in the day. I think from 2 to 4, and then this is from 5 to 7.
Is there food?
Yeah, there's food.
Is it free?
Yeah.
Eat it too fast, but if you do, Jeff will be there to save you.
Yeah. It's paid for.
Okay,
Yeah, you don't have to pay out of pocket.
okay.
Okay, and a reminder that any slides for your council report is due by noon on Tuesdays, but that will be 2 weeks from now because there will be no meeting next week, seeing as the 5th Wednesday of the month. So a reminder is the next council meeting will be Wednesday, November 5th, starting at 5:30 PM on the first floor meeting chambers of the Norm-Dix Government Center. And our briefing is at 5 PM up in the council conference room. The public is invited to attend in person or remotely. Meeting is adjourned.
You're